Welcome everyone to the Esports Club Rainbow-Six-Siege Pro Series Summer Edition, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and of course our broadcast partner Loco. I'm C-Sweet, joined alongside Papa Gusta, and we are bringing to you Qualifier 1 heading into the playoffs. Of course, before that we have the Qualifier finals. Now, in this first qualifier, we only had 8 teams remaining. Yesterday, 2 of the teams went on forward into the playoffs. Hunters LFO alongside Won't Stop Peaking. They'll be going into the playoffs. And today we have 4 more teams competing against each other in 2 different best of threes to determine which 2 teams will be filling those spots and seeding themselves in the entirety of the playoffs. Of course, our first match, Retrograde up against Kira. Oof, already it's going to be very, very interesting. And then we have what's always been considered a very underdog kind of story. It's Team Phalanx up against Mercenaries again. We've seen this matchup plenty of times in the Community Cups, in the spring edition of the Pro Series as well. So, Baba, 4 very familiar teams actually. What are your thoughts about today's matchups?
Today's matchup, I'd expect to see a lot of fighting because
Yeah.
talk about the entire SA National Qualifier points in which Retrograde, Kira, MRCZ, and Phalanx have already banked their points. MRCZ has a total of 7 to 9 points because they already secured the
Eight, eight.
second spot. Yeah, 8 points. That is yes. Again, I had no idea about it, but yeah, let's talking about the tournament format itself, it's just the same as usual. The first qualifiers, which is happening right now, the second qualifiers, which will happen on 7th to 10th July, and then we have the playoffs with a total of 8 teams who are qualified for the playoffs. In the first quals, we have already our 2 qualifiers, Hunters LFO and Team Won't Stop Peaking, who has yet to make an SA National Qualifier points. And now we are just waiting for the next 2 qualifiers who will arrive
Yeah.
at the playoffs. Will it be Retrogade, Kira Esports, or MRCZ and Team Phalanx? Now, talking about the prize pool itself, talk about the prize pool itself. 1,200 US dollars being in the first position, second, third, and fourth, respectively, being 600, 400, and 300 US dollars.
Absolutely. Right now in the qualifiers, these teams, they are eyeing for the playoffs. They are eyeing to be in the top 4 in the playoffs as well, because not only will that give you an additional prize pool compared to what we had to offer in the previous edition of the Pro Series, but also those South Asian national points. And speaking of the playoffs, first let's have a look at the brackets of the qualifiers to see how these teams have been performing early on. Now, for the side of Retrograde, they had met up against Team Braindead, end up defeating them 7-4, moved on forward. Kira Esports as well moved on forward. And then, of course, we have our bottom 2 teams, MRCZ up against Team Phalanx, who always have had this matchup that I really like to see. Because Team Phalanx, these guys, they have been improving time after time after time. But are they ready enough to tackle on the one of the giants of the region, Mercenaries, and one of the long-standing giants of our region, even with all the roster changes that have happened, the people who have left, the people who have joined and whatnot? MRCZ, definitely one of the stronger standing teams. We saw in the previous Pro Series as well, going into the grand finale. They were, in the opinion of a couple of the casters who shall remain nameless, their favorites. But we saw what happened. But still, doesn't take away from the fact that MRCZ are an amazing team nonetheless. So yeah, for Team Phalanx, it's going to be a very difficult upbringing. But before that, that's the second best of 3. Let's have a look at the first best of 3 we have. Let's talk about the veto itself and exactly where we will be heading on. So, Retrograde, they have chosen the map of Cafe Dostoevsky. Oh, this is really exciting. Kira Esports going for their all-time favorite clubhouse, and then Oregon will be our decider. So, honestly, Baba, Oregon being the decider, clubhouse being chosen, it's pretty much the same. It's South Asia for you. But Cafe being chosen by Retrograde, is there anything you have of significance to mention about it? Because Cafe is really has become one of those very rarely picked maps in South Asia recently.
Yeah, absolutely true, CCV. I mean, talk about Cafe Dostoevsky. It's interesting to see that Retrograde, if I have to talk about the previous spring edition of Pro Series, Retrograde
Hmm.
was so keen on winning map theme park, right? All the way from 5 to 1, they immediately came back on defense, winning the second half. They've done it twice They did it 2 times, but seeing them on a new map, Cafe Dostoevsky, means that they have something that they want to, strategize against Team Kira Esports. Whether or not, if it works out or not, only time will tell when we get to see it in game right away. And talk about the rest of the rest of the two maps, which is Clubhouse and obviously the Decider, which will be on Oregon. It's pretty much standard, as I like to call it. It always depends on who has mastered the entire map on Clubhouse and Oregon. But the main thing that I do have to talk about is Retrogade's map pick, Cafe Dostoevsky. If their strategies work out well against Kira Esports, then I might have to say that the Decider can happen from them.
Absolutely. The decider is well and truly on the board. Retrograde definitely do need to take the win on the map of Cafe, though, and that's the thing. Cafe very, very rarely played. And I know that Retrograde, they want to catch Kira off guard. I think that's something they had tried to do against Hunter's LFO as well, all the way back in the spring edition of the Pro Series, where they did go to that decider map against Hunter's LFO. But now things are different, obviously. They're up against Kira. And I think a couple of roster changes have happened on the side of Retrograde as well. I think the major change is that Nexus will be playing for them. And I think Nexus has been playing for their side since the qualifiers. I remember talking to him and he was mentioning those games as well. So yeah, absolutely going to be interesting seeing, Nexus there. He even played in the Community Cup under, I think it was Shrisha's Warriors, Shrisha's champion.
Hulky's Warriors, yeah.
Oh, no, 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 no. Hulky's Warriors was the team with Jitri,
Srisha in it.
Sparko, all that. Yes,
Hmm.
Shrisha's Warriors was the other team where Hulky was playing with Nexus and other people as well. So it's an amazing mix up. But
Hmm.
again, I don't remember the entire rosters. Unfortunately, I wasn't there for the second edition of the Community Cup, so I may be remembering it wrong. But still, Retrograde's roster is pretty much the same. Other than that, you have Shrisha, star player Sasaki, Extra is there, Jimmy is back as well. He was not able to like play the final couple of games for Retrograde in the Pro Series, and now he's back into it. He's again in the roster. So yeah, I'm really excited to see this new form of Retrograde and see how much have they improved after the events of the first Pro Series.
Yeah, not only just that, CCV, I'm really much excited on how Buckinator will perform on T-Bone Stop Peaking, because we didn't get to see Buckinator be in the Spring Series because mainly he didn't get
Mhm.
qualified a lot.
Yeah.
But I have to say, seeing Buckinator back, I mean, way back when he was competing as a team called as Monka S with other teams like Jora and all, I'm
Mhm.
very happy to see Buckinator come back on Team Won't Stop Peaking, and I'm
Yeah.
very excited to see, knowing that he is qualified in the summer edition, and I'm really quite excited to see what the future holds in the summer edition for Team Won't Stop Peaking.
Absolutely won't stop peaking as well. Retrograde, even Team Phalanx, like I was saying, all of these teams are up and coming. They must have improved. So let's how it's going to be for the time being. It is going to be Retrograde up against Kira Esports. Oof, I am really excited for this. And right now, Clubhouse will be the map. So starting off with the operator ban phase. Kira Esports, thinking about their bans as well, they don't really deviate a lot. You may expect a Thatcher or Maverick. Yeah, okay, it's going to be a Thatcher ban. On defense, Kira usually go for the Mira as well, just like MRCZ. But from the side of Retrograde, they have known to go for some interesting bans time and time again. They may shake things up, but you never really know. Yeah, Finca, a standard ban nowadays. So with the operator ban phase, just like what we saw yesterday as well between Shaheens and Hunters, it's not the operator ban phase that really catches teams off guard. Rather, it's the play styles. So far, every single time, all the matches that we have seen here in the Pro Series, the operators that have been banned have been very, very direct, and every single operator that's taken off the board makes sense why they're gone. For example, Valkyrie on Clubhouse, just too much information and too powerful, essentially, with those black eyes.
And not only you get to have information, the attackers will have to force bringing in the IQ if things would not go well in their favor. So when it comes to the ban phase, you just make sure all the meta operators have been taken care of, so that you can follow up with whatever operators which is available for the team to proceed. Now, Talking about round number 1, we will not have any issues at all, with the side being on second floor CCTV and cash room. We will see Dark Lord bring in the Azami, which means that Azami will be playing right in towards the garage catwalk, and with the help of those kunai barriers, she can be able to, make her own specific angle, have her own specific covers, so that even if the attackers do try to, use flashbangs and grenades to try to flush her out, you could still have some angles where you could remove those players unaware. Now, most of the times, we'd always see a Vamai being brought up. He would always defend on Garage Catwalk with the help of those magnet nades. But since the only thing that he could do is just stay in Garage Catwalk and not contest these angles, whereas Azami can do that. She can place her own barriers, she can hold her own angles and ensure that none of them would have, entered in towards the side itself. So bringing in Azami brings a lot to the table, especially on the side CCTV. So let's see how Kira Esports will proceed when the action phase comes into play.
Absolutely, yeah. Kira are ready with it. Dark Lord, like you mentioned, is on Azami. They want to have those impromptu defense lines or barriers set up, especially on like the main execute as well, like the main CCTV breach, perhaps even the construction breach. So it can act as like that last barrier of defense. Because Retrograde, well, we can see from their pace, they are wasting no time whatsoever. It's been 30 seconds in the action phase. And even though Coffee was there, as the Cade, the Electroclaw is destroyed and the wall is breached. Very, very rapid with this. This will be helping the attackers a lot in terms of, getting information, pushing into the bomb site, and always having this pressure over the members of Kira that, okay, they can push from CCTV whenever they want. We have to keep an eye out for the main breach. We need some lines of sight. So, lines of sight are present, but from below, Sasaki. Excellent nade onto Dethma. I think that was because of a pre-placed drone. Even if it wasn't, excellent frag. That's Melusi gone. No trades whatsoever. One of the anchors is out of the bomb site. Puts more pressure on someone like Shinra playing by Rafters. Coffee in the bomb site will have to watch a lot of angles as well. So Kira definitely under pressure. But this is where they strike back with the Vamai striking a big blow onto the Thermite.
Yeah, even with them not having control on stocks, somehow they're still trying to make it work. Extra comes back. He takes out Dark Lord. Meanwhile, Shrisha is very low on HP. He needs to be careful of Vortex. He's currently at the bar side. He's just making sure that he would create a lot of annoyance. Shinra, on the other hand, goes down. That too at the hands of the Zofia, who is slowly making his way in towards the catwalk to get the confirmation on the kill. We still have Copy. Can he go in and get the confirmation? Yes, he does. Exer comes back. He gives the control of Garage at the hands of Team Retrogade. And now all they need to do is execute. They even have the entire stock room covered, which means that the defenders cannot go in for a C4 plant. Oh, beautiful shot there from Copy to take out Sasaki. Put themselves in a 3v2. Even the diffuser has been dropped, which means that Nexus has been down. 2 people are down, which means that Exter is the only operator left, and he is at the garage catwalk. If he wants to make a play, he needs to do it right now. The LMG is such a dangerous weapon, both on long range and short range, and Exter will make good use of it. He'll take out Copy and the second one to take out Vortex. Man, this clutch was a necessary one for the Zofia to succeed, and in round number 1, Retrograde will successfully manage to do that.
Yeah, Retrograde, all right. Definitely pressure was on them. Shrisha and Nexus both in a down but not out state alongside the diffuser, and still Exter, isolating those duels, getting that 1 versus 1 twice, getting those headshots. Beautiful stuff from his side. Kira as well, I think the major problem for Kira was they didn't realize that the other 2 members were in a down but not out state, so they always felt like, okay, we need to kill the Zofia before the other attackers swing by and they strike. And at least I don't think Kira expected both of the other attackers to be down but not out, and that may have caused some confusion. They took those gunfights, which honestly, had they had the knowledge that, Extra was the only person alive, they would have probably avoided. But still, hindsight is 2020. Kira Esports lose out on CCTV and cash. They're going to go back to the bomb site. This time, though, with more reinforcements to prevent the breach from taking place at such a rapid rate. They've got the mute jammers ready. Dark Lord this time not on the Azami. Vortex is on the Cade again. So you've got Cade as the anti-breacher, you've got Mute as well. And Kira definitely are focusing a lot more on breach denial and utility denial by going for Vamai Jaeger again and by going for the Mute and Cade setup. Kira Esports want to take those gunfights. They want to not allow and prohibit Retrograde from moving on forward at such a rapid pace. But Retrograde, again, they've got the Maverick, so they can very, very easily break down that mute jammer, and Nexus can, use the frag grenades to destroy the Electroclaw as well. So it's only a matter of time before the CCTV breach goes down.
Slight changes in strategies, especially on the hands of Kira Esports. In round number 1, they brought in the Azami to hold out Garage Catwalk. And now, Death Armor will bring in the Alibi to ensure that the stock control will be at their hands of the defenders. Now, Shinra needs to be very much careful because he doesn't have a lot of angles to play through. So he needs to defend Garage all by himself with the help of those magnets. For now, talk about round number 2. The Kai's Electroclaw will succeed in halting a lot of time for the attacker side, which means that the attackers are forced to use utilities. Now, all they have to do is just wait for their grenade to pop out, remove the Kai's Electroclaw, and with it, they'll be able to proceed opening up the wall. Better late than never. They don't have any issues, but the main problem would be on control on stock. And that's exactly what Sasaki needs to be careful of. Oh no, Vortex actually takes out Sasaki just like that. And with it, there goes your cooked nade on the cash room, which means that Retrogade needs to find another way.
Yeah, Retrograde now need to move forward and need to get that opening after being denied that opportunity early on. So keeping that in mind, once again, for the side of Kira Esports, they got a little too over-eager with those peaks. Vortex was one going for that. Shinra as well, not shying away. But Kira got to realize they can play the time. Shinra is still not moving back. Oh, still though, he's Shinra after all. He secures that frag for the Nexus. And this is the Retrograde in sheer panic mode. They've got a minute to work with. Their positioning isn't the best. The defenders are literally in front of them, hunting them down every second. But still, Retrograde are trying their best to manage. Now, looking at the positioning, it's going to be a very, very one-sided take from their end. Very, very eastern-sided. They can take Garage if they want to, but Shinra is still present in the rafters, and eliminating this Wama is a lot more easier said than done. But Shinra goes boom, and now the attackers can proceed further because they've got the man advantage. Coffee still playing in the same angle he was in the previous round. Dark Lord is alive as well, but this time, time isn't in favor of Retrograde. They have to scramble, they have to move in, they do, and this is where Dark Lord shines. He takes off one attacker, repositions, looking for another. SMG reload, he goes down in bits. It's all down to the Jaeger again. Clutch situation for Kira. 5 seconds on the clock. Coffee gets one, he can deny the diffuser. Shrisha goes off and he still gets the kill. 2 rounds, 2 clutches, both of them favoring the attackers. Retrograde have an intense lead over Kira right now.
Man, such a risky decision for Srisha to get out of plant, knowing that you only have 2 seconds left, and he utilized it so well. Getting the kill was very much more important for them to win the round, and Retrograde will be glad to get that. 2-0, 2 attack round wins. I believe for Kira Esports in round number 3, they will make a decision to change the site back to Basement Church and Arson Room. Now, talking about the 2 rounds which has happened, Kira Esports manages to adapt to the situation in round number 2 by taking out Sasaki and having the maximum control on stock. Now, I could say in round number 1, Kaid was a bit too late in placing out his, Electroclaws because he was a bit too late. Maybe he was reinforcing on some particular wall in which he forgot to do it in the action phase. But on round number 2, when we saw that adaptations being made, with Death Armor bringing in the Alibi, there was a lot of holes being made in towards the bar side, which can give a direct angle towards the entry-wise. And also, Death Armor, man, I gotta say, he didn't expect a running Shrisha out of nowhere. Taking out 1, maybe more than 2 players on the side of Kira Esports. Just giving them the win just like that. They did not expect to see that happen now. And Kira Esports need to be careful on that particular player. Shrisha, who is one of the most talented players in the South APAC region, really shows what it needs to be done. And that's the reason why he is almost, or should I say, being at the spot or to get qualified in the summer series. Now, talk about both of these teams, Kira Esports and Team Retrogade. They've already managed to rack up a lot of points in the Asian Nationals qualifiers. So, if Retrograde wants to come back strong, they need to make sure that they are in a good state. Having qualified on the first qualifiers is absolutely a good thing because they can get to rest, they can get to understand what to do and what to strategize in the near future. But you're going up against Kira Esports and they're not going to give up that easily, especially with that first frag though from Death Armor as he takes out Exter.
This time as well, Kira Esports, they get the opening kill, but many times Retrogade have been able to bounce back up. Kira need to drive the point home that they are not going to allow Retrogade to move into site very easily. Kira have to make sure that Retrograde do not get easy kills, even if it means they have to play passively, because on defense, Kira have already lost 2 rounds consecutively. And going back to CCTV and Cash, well, eventually they'll have to go back to that bomb site. So it's not going to get any more easier for them. But again, Retrograde bounce back up. Detmer, the person who got the opening kill, has been traded out. And once more, the team in blue, they are just looking for their way. They're looking to move on forward. You've got Sasaki towards Dirt. The barricade will be opened up from Shrika very, very soon. And now Sasaki will have a free line of sight in towards the bomb side. Kira Esports, they are playing extremely total, like no room setup from them, just in the bomb side, holding very, very defensive positions, and they're just waiting for Retrograde to end up in their crosshairs, trying to keep the man count equal. Safi lobbed another grenade towards blue. Coffee is still watching for that Maverick, but now the Cade has been spotted. Unfortunately, he may have to change position. Yes, he does. Allow Sasaki to safely move in. Shrisha is going for the diffuser. Retrograde again have found free access into the bomb site. The diffuser goes down, and now we're in a post-run scenario.
Oh man, this is not looking too good. 39 seconds and Kira Esports are not looking too good. Retrograde have got this under control. The entire Arsenal site is at their hands. And now all they have to do is just hold their ground. There's just 3 people left. One of them has already have control on Kitch, and Copy will succeed in taking out Shrisha, but that high ground will be even much more problematic. Here comes Nexus from the main stairs to take out Vortex, and just like that, Retrograde will win yet another attack round. And all they had to do was just drop down from the hatch, make sure not to plant on default, and plant it in a safe spot where the defenders couldn't get their hands on. You even got to see the smoke gas canisters, you even got to see a C4 being tossed out on default, but unfortunately, information is what Kira Esports had to lose on that round. 3-0. And I kind of like how Nexus is going through this explosive Retero drones. Like, most of the time you would either see a sledge or a buck to make vertical lines of sight, but Nexus using the explosive Retero as a soft breach to open up lines of sight is pretty much good, because if you think about it on a hindsight, say for an example, if the defenders are roaming in a certain way, all you could do is just use an explosive drone, place it at a spot where you want to open up lines of sight, and there is high likely a chance that the defenders might think, oh, there is a guy in towards kitchen, let me use my C4. That misdirection, that misinformation is more than enough for them to succeed most of their rounds. And I have to say, opting out from Buck to Sledge towards a Flores is a neat trick. But having flashbangs instead of grenades, I don't think it would be a good idea, because Sledge is considered to be the best when it comes to opening up lines of sight, right? He has the grenade to get the confirmation on the kill, but he needs to be inside kitchen. So all in all, I mean, if the strategy is working out, well, you just gotta keep going now, do we?
Absolutely. I mean, for Retrograde, honestly, this is like best case scenario for their side. Kira Esports, they're struggling to get grips here, and this half is not favoring them. Now, yes, Clubhouse is very defender-sided, but there still is a chance Kira may bounce back in the second half once they're the ones on attack. But again, it's a big if, because of the fact that Retrograde, the sheer momentum that they have and the confidence that they're carrying within themselves as well, having won 3 rounds. And yes, albeit, 2 of those 3 rounds were very, very like dicey, and they could have gone either way. First, the 1 versus 2 from Exter, then from Shrisha. But it's a round win nonetheless, and that's the high that Retrograde are riding on, knowing they have such an important advantage over Kira in their own attack on a map like Clubhouse. on, again, the map of their opposition. We'll go to Cafe after this, which is the choice of Retrograde. Right now, though, it's going to be a soft breach on Kitchen from Kira, so I guess they're allowing the breach to take place, which makes you wonder, are they again looking to play a post-run scenario? No, they've got the Maestro Evil Eye, they've got the Banshee on the drop-down as well. They want to prevent the Diffuser from going down. But the hatch being soft, just makes it a little bit more easier for Retrograde. You open it up, get some lines of sight. In terms of C4s on the side of Kira Esports as well, none to be there, so they're not trying for any of that. Impact needs also not there, so I'm not really sure what Kira's plan is on how to hold down this defense. They are, again, just like the previous round, playing very, very turtle-like. They are not moving at all. They are not looking to move on forward and peak, essentially, as members of Retrograde. They're waiting for Retrograde to end up in their crosshairs, and this is great for the time advantage, but as we all know, as soon as the attackers start converging on the bomb side, the defender number count can fall very, very soon. Let's see the initial gunfights taking place with 40 seconds on the clock.
Well, the execute is supposed to happen from the side of Team Retrograde, and looks like they are still trying to think about it. They still haven't found a way to proceed. And Sasaki is trying to even the odds by pushing himself in towards the tunnel side, opening up lines of sight from Nexus, but they've lost a lot of time. They need to make a push, and this time Kira Esports' strategy is working out very well. They even have a lot of denial operators like Smoke and Maestro to deny those plants. Shisha once again going in for the plant, and looks like the gunfight is in already. Looks like Retrograde might not have the control on the diffuser. They need to go back. They need to succeed. They need to go in. 3 seconds left, and Nexus is just making sure that he would get the control and the protection that he needs. And Death Hammer, oh boy! Death Hammer, beautifully done! He uses the Bailiff shotgun at the right time, and he takes out Fuse. He was that close.
Yeah.
My god, amidst all of that chaos being made, all Death Hammer had to do was just make lines of sight and take out Fuse just like that. The information from the Maestro's Evil Eye Cam was more than enough to guarantee a win. And Kira Esports barely manages to succeed here, folks. Round number 4, they will win the site on basement. And I gotta say, Retrograde, they did take their sweet, sweet time when it comes to executing on the site.
Oh, they definitely did, Kira Esports gave them no opportunity whatsoever to get any avenue, to get any free kills, to take any gunfights. And they were playing so passively. Retrograde had no other choice but to just say, screw this, we have to push into the bomb site. We don't have time right now. There was still Detmer as the alibi in bar, which I think could have been the highlight of the entire round. His beautiful flank, but then it was also shut down by one of the members on Retrograde. Unfortunately, I'm forgetting exactly whom. But yeah, Retrograde still, they tried to conjure up and execute. It was a lot more shakier than the ones we have seen previously on Bar and Stop. But that's a given, considering that it was a 5 versus 5 scenario with like 15 seconds on the clock. It was bound to be a lot more shakier. They still gave it their best, almost got the diffuser down, even though the diffuser was dropped while it was being planted once before, picked back up by the fuse, but no dice at the end. So Kira Esports finally take their first win, going back to CCTV and Cash, not visiting gym and bedroom just yet. I guess this is Kira's way of saying, we are going to win like CCTV and Cash right now, and then as the final bomb side, we'll go on to gym and bedroom, and hopefully we can secure the win. Best case scenario for the defenders is a 3-3 equal split, but overall, as we know on Clubhouse, ending the first half as a defender 3-3, it's still not the most likely outcome. It's not the most likely outcome. The defenders definitely want to have an advantage, but unfortunately for Kira, that luxury will not be there. And now the breach again, the luxury of the safety behind the breach isn't going to be there. The CCTV wall blows up, so does the body of Dark Lord from below. Sasaki again being successful with that 3-pointer throw from below. Gets a kill in towards Cash Room. Vortex is also tagged significantly. No way for him to heal. And Kira Esports, they have been knocked down a peg, but they need to get back into this round.
Oh man, already losing out Dark Lord with that hook nade from Sasaki. It's gonna hurt them even more if this execute. Impact nades from Shinra, but it'll be Shisha once again to take out Death Armor. Once again, two of the important players on side of Kira Esports have been eliminated, and it's continuing to do so even more. Sasaki comes back, control on Garage Catwalk goes in the hands of the attackers, and I have to say for Shinra, it's not looking too good with that defensive hold, and even more so, they're starting to lose a lot of bodies. What just happened? It's just Vortex back in a 1v5, 0v5, flawless round,
Oh,
and Retrogade have no issues on attacking on CCTV. Kira Esports, like, was it a good idea to head in towards CCTV? I mean, wouldn't it be best to go on second floor gym? But this is going to give Retrograde a huge buff, 4-1. Even more so that this is a site that Team Kira Esports had picked. This is Kira Esports' map pick, Clubhouse, and obviously we will see a pause timer coming in on the side of Kira Esports. They definitely need this. They absolutely need this
yeah.
because they have no idea how in the heavens does Retrograde get away with this.
Absolutely. I mean, for the side of Kira Esports, a lot of discussions need to happen. What has been happening and how they can change that. Now, from the looks of it, it's definitely going to be a tactical timeout from their side. As far as I remember in the rule book, checking it just now, the limit is going to be 120 seconds, but I may be wrong on that. So again, we'll just wait for Kira, to give their ready confirmation once they've discussed everything and once they can move on forward with them. With the first half essentially, because Retrograde here have a solid chance of ending this half 5-1. And like you said, Baba, that is going to be a lead for the ages. A Retrograde are never going to forget that. So keeping that in mind, Kira Esports, they definitely have got to be a lot more careful. And they already better start thinking about what's going to happen on Cafe, because if on their own map, a map that Kira love to play, and a map that Kira play consistently, their players in the community cup have played this, in the pro series as well. Spring edition, Kira played Clubhouse a lot. If they're losing like this here, exactly what's going to happen on the map of what's going to happen on the map of Cafe. But regardless of that, from the looks of it, looks like one of the players unfortunately has crashed. Let's just see exactly
Defenders,
what
protect your
happens.
bombs from
So a
being defused by
rehost
attackers.
may have to be called, but yeah, all right. So a rehost will be called, but overall, still, round number 6, it is going to be CCTV and cash, that is for certain. And I believe it's going to be the same operator compositions as well. So keeping that in mind, again, Kira, bold move from their side, going back to CCTV and cash for what is it? The fourth time out of 6 rounds, Kira will be opting for this bomb side. That's a very risky play. And I know I've said this about Kira a lot. This was one of my major talking points in the spring edition of the Pro Series when they played against Hunters LFO, as how both of these teams coped with the loss on defense. Hunters LFO, they shake things up every single time. A perfect example of that was on the map of Chalet when both of these teams played against MRCZ. If MRCZ won an attack round, Hunters LFO, they were like, okay, boys, we lost first floor bar and gaming. Let's go to office and bedroom. We lost there. Let's go to basement snowmobile garage. Lost there. Let's go to kitchen and dining. They always kept changing it. Kira, on the meanwhile, were a lot more standstill, and they were like, if we lost bar and gaming, we are going back to bar and gaming and we are changing something. Either we are changing our playstyle or our operator composition or our setup. And with the same like theory can be seen from Kira here as well. They are not changing things. They're going back to CCTV and cash after losing there 3 times. But there is a point where you just have to call it quits and you just have to be like, okay, CCTV and cash is not working. We need to try for gym in bedroom. Baba, would you advise Kira to go for gym in bedroom as well?
Well, CCB, you know what they say. If at fourth you don't succeed, try again. Maybe. I mean,
Yeah.
even if you lose it more than 2 to 3 times, yeah, sure, you can change your strategies or maybe change up your play styles. But letting Retrograde win CCTV for the third time in a row in the first half, not being able to pick out from second floor gym, neither did they succeed in successfully defending basement arsenal room, mind you, because on round number 4, it was a very close round. They had to win it at a margin because of Death Armor, knowing that he had the information on Fuse's location. All he had to do was just use the bailiff. He was at kitchen, open up line of sight, sees the Fuse, removes him out, and that's more than enough because the attackers didn't have much time to proceed with. Now, Kira Esports, Just like CCB said, they're slow and methodical because slow and steady wins the race. But not every slow and steady strategies work out every time now, do they? I mean, especially on attack, even if you go very slow, just like Retrogade did on round number 4, having only 20 seconds left and yet they have no idea on how to execute, one of them had to do it. You know, Sasaki was in tunnels. You even had the Flores from the main stairs. They had to make a play so that Shisha could drop down from the hatch, knowing that the K9 position and also on the dummy spot is clear, so that he could proceed with the plant. So there is a lot to talk about on the side of Retrograde when it comes to making mistakes on round number 4. But other than that, second floor CCTV has been very much dominant on the side of Team Retrograde. Sasaki's nade has been hitting out on the perfect shots. And all he had to do was just cook a nade from cash room with or without a nade. It's just works out well in their favor. And talk about Kira Esports though on round number 4. That was the only defensive round that they've won. And round number 6, CCTV going out for the fourth time. Even
Mm,
I'm a bit worried that it's not a good idea. You know, CCTV,
exactly,
not a good idea to
exactly.
go through, you know? And yeah, I mean, having an attempt is a good way, but the main problem of it is that garage control goes into the side of Retrograde very quickly because Shinra, despite his best efforts to, minimize collateral damage on Garage Catwalk, he did try to remove one or two out of the equation, but Shrisha always gets the best of it. Shrisha always somehow finds a way. He takes out Shinra. Next thing you know, they have garage control. They even have CCTV control as well. All they have to do is just execute on the site. And that's pretty much it. That's the fourth time that we've seen them get control on Garage Catwalk, with some mild gunfights being made from Shinra's end. But it would be best if they could, fortify that particular place. Maybe, Death Amar, instead of focusing on holding on stock by being on first floor bar, maybe it would be best to support his teammate Shinra to hold out on Garage so that they can have even
Yeah,
much more
yeah,
problems for them to deal with. But I don't know, man. It's round number 6. If they lose, this can go 5-1 in the first half. That's the main thing I'm worried
exactly.
about.
Absolutely, and literally, they've got solid chances of pushing it 5-1 as well. And then in the second half, Retrograde will have just ample amount of time to close out the map. As for Kira Esports, a granted Clubhouse is a map where, in terms of your objective selection, you don't have the luxury of going, of having like four objectives to choose from. Unlike the other maps, on Cafe, you've got all four bomb sites perfectly viable, even though fireplace and dining isn't, oh sorry, fireplace and train isn't picked as often, still a decent enough bomb site. On Oregon as well, you would argue that meeting in kitchen is not the most played bomb site, but it can be played correctly. And there used to be, back when the impact nade meta and the impact trick meta was in its prime, it was that bomb site was frequented a lot. With bar and stock on Clubhouse, the problem is, yeah, teams never really go for that because it's not the best of bomb sites. Hardly ever you saw that. I think one of the biggest shockers I've ever had was one day I was just randomly browsing Twitter and I saw that in the Polish league, the Polish national league, a team had played bar in stock and they had ended up winning. And I was like, okay. But again, that goes to show how far and few between it is that in South Asia, we barely see it. I mean, there must have been instances I'm definitely not remembering correctly, but yeah, if you're in the qualifier finals of the Pro Series, playing for South Asian national points, playing for a large prize pool as well, you don't want to take the risk. And as for that, for Kira, understandable they don't want to go there, but try out gym and bedroom. What's the worst that can happen? You lose out a round, big whoop. Chances are on CCTV and cash, things are not looking very, very different as well. It's still looking like the same story. Might as well for Kira. They try it out, they see how it works around, and they see if it's viable or not. But regardless of that, yeah, Kira definitely need to step up to the game. They were, the team that finished in third place in the Pro Series, but Retrograde had also finished in fourth, and this is what we wanted to see from the side of Retrograde. The improvement that they've had. Now, is it just temporary? Or is it going to be a long stay? That will definitely be figured out as time goes on. But one thing is for sure, that whichever team loses right here in this qualifier, they can definitely register for the next qualifier as well and, jump ship their journey and try and get into the playoffs one way or another. There is a high likelihood we'll be seeing Kira and Retrograde once more. And again, you, the person watching as well, if you haven't registered for the second qualifier, very, very soon registrations will be starting. You can get your squad and you can have a chance to play against the best in the Pro Series, go home with a large prize pool, and obviously compete for the South Asian Nationals as well. If you're completely dead serious about, becoming a pro in SAR6, if you haven't already thought about it. So definitely make sure you're following the Esports Club on all our socials. The qualifier links will be posted everywhere. You can sign up as soon as possible and you can see the competition. Oh, it's a tough one, but definitely if you want to be the best, you will have to go through this. You will have to go through what Kira are going through and what Retrograde are going through. Constant ups and downs, wins and losses. But for the side of Kira Esports, definitely a little more of a struggle right now. I think we're just waiting on a couple more players to join, and very, very soon we can get the lobby back up and running, and then we can start once more with the round number 6.
Yep. Although second qualifiers, that will be a fierce competition because those four spots to the playoffs, man, everyone wants a seat of that because SA National Qualifiers points will happen once you're in the playoffs. So even if you do end up being at the last place, at least you would get one SA National
Yep.
Qualifier point. So just by being at the playoff itself shows that there is still a chance where you can be selected for the SA Nationals, but it's also best to stay at the top of the game too and talk about the entire points itself. Currently, Monkey Hunter stays at the top with a total of 10 points, winning the Pro Series Spring Edition, followed up with MRCZ being on second, Kira being on third place, and last but not the least, fourth, I believe that should be Retrograde, I'm guessing.
Retrograde,
Yep,
yes.
those
Fifth
are the
and
four. Yeah.
sixth were okay. So yeah, so Hunters they've got 10 points, MRCZ
Mm-hmm.
they've got 8, Kira 6, Retrograde 4, Shaheens and Phalanx
Mm-hmm.
on 2 points each. And who was it? Was it Shift W Esports who finished seventh alongside another team?
Yeah, I guess
I'm
I think
forgetting
it
about
was
the
Shift
tail end.
W.
Yeah, I
Because
think it was Shift W and another.
I'm
But
just trying to get
unfortunately,
the
I'm forgetting the
information
name.
here.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. But still, yeah, for teams like MRCZ and Hunters, we'll be seeing MRCZs later today as well. For the top two, it's not that major of a problem. I think sooner rather than later, we will be seeing them in the nationals taking place in October and November. It's for teams like Shaheens, teams like Retrograde, even Kira right now, that is still a little bit more dicey that they've got to figure out. But Kira definitely spot in the playoffs if they want to, but they have to fight for it, and fight they will. So, jumping back into round number 6, Kira still at a deficit. Retrograde, they have a major advantage. And looks like there has been a slight issue. Retrograde, it is a four. I mean, the actual score is 4-1. So, apologies for that. I think the lobby will be rehosted. But overall, yeah, very, very soon.
Defenders,
Good news
protect
is
your
still
bombs from
the
being
players
defused
are
by
all
attackers.
back into it. So hopefully this rehost is going to be a lot quicker. But yeah, happens.
Yeah, folks. Apologies for the delay once again, folks. I mean, it happens most of the time. But if I have to resume back the conversation about the SN National Qualifiers points, I gotta say, Kira Esports and Retrograde, both of them wants to have a lot of points. Now, say for an example, if Hunters do get to win the grand finals of the summer series, then that means
Hmm.
they will rack up a total points of 20. So
Yeah.
since we have yet another pro series, right? We have a total
Hmm.
of three
Three.
months
Yes.
of pro series, and the third one will be the last one, of course. So
Yeah.
if Hunters wins map number 2, then that means that they've already secured a spot. Now, the main
Exactly.
problem would be on top 3 and top 4, in which Kira Esports and Retrograde are trying to
Yeah. Yeah.
fight
Yeah.
for. And
Hmm.
talk about this match itself, the first qualifiers, Retrograde and Kira Esports, both of them, they want it bad. Because not only does Kira Esports are trying to fight the spot to, have a higher seed, Retrograde is also doing the same thing by being at the first position. So obviously we will see a lot of competitions in this qualifiers itself because it's a fight to get the spot. Now, qualifiers 1, knowing that you have to deal with hunters sooner or later, and also the second team won't stop peaking at the hands of Buckinators team. things would not go as smoothly as Retrogade expected it to be, because they've already had a taste in the spring series. They exactly know how Kira Esports operate. They know how Hunters play. They even know how MRCZ, being the defending Titans, unfortunately gets to lose up against Hunters. Again, no offense, MRCZ is an amazing team, and
Yeah.
the grand finals of the spring was just basically luck. I know that CCB and Jack is gonna, vote for MRCC, so I decided I want to do the exact opposite, and turned out,
No, no, no. You're
yeah,
selling
no, no,
yourself
no, no,
short.
no, no,
Yeah,
no,
Baba
no,
is
no.
the
I,
prediction
I,
king.
I just guessed. All right, I didn't mean, I didn't know it would happen. I was like, all right, fine. I just want to give a team a fighting chance. Come on, I don't want it. I don't want this to be one-sided. I want it to be 50-50. So I decided to ping for Hunters, and turns out they just won 3-0 in grand finals. Who knows? Maybe in summer series, even if we do get a rematch from MRCZ and Hunters, something can change. I can guarantee that it can happen, but there's no telling on what is going to happen next, right, CCV? Because
Yeah.
at the game of Rainbow Six Siege, anything can happen. Any strategies can falter. Any problems can happen. But for now, I have to say, the first match, being on Clubhouse, we won't be having any more issues at all, folks. We'll just making sure that the score count will be right, and without having any further delays, with all the confirmations being made from the team itself, we will head right back to round number 6. Clubhouse will
Mm.
be the map. The bans
Yep.
will be Finca, Valkyrie, Thatcher, and Mira. Easier said than done. Shouldn't be much of a problem for them. But round number 6, I mean, there is still a chance that Kira Esports can change the site, right, CCV? So
Yeah, yeah,
if
yeah.
they do pick CCTV,
Huh.
I'm not quite sure what I'm gonna say next. I don't know, man.
Yeah. All right. Let's jump in the game. Fingers crossed. Hopefully everything is correct this time forward as well. We can start off with round number 6. Kira Esports still on defense. Final round of their defense actually, and Retrograde currently have this advantage. And Kira over there looking to go back to CCTV and
Oh
cash.
boy.
And yeah, it's have they changed a lot? Well, from the looks of it, their composition seems to have taken an altercation. Vortex on the
Yeah.
Vigil, no Cade, still Jaeger and Vamai, Alibi and Vigil,
Attackers
two
need to
very
locate and
room
defuse
heavy
bombs.
defenders
Hmm.
with a lot of like impact nade presence as well. Shinra's got the impact, Vortex got the impact. So extremely different strategy from Kira. Not sure what they're planning, or where they're planning on placing Vortex. I assume he'll be playing somewhere near Stock and Bar, and he'll be using his ability to evade those drones and make just life a little more difficult for those roam heroes on the side of Retrograde. But this is a big risk that Kira are taking by having Deathammer play the alibi, by having Vortex play the vigil. They are
10
taking a
seconds
lot of
left
their
before
resources and
insertion.
moving them away from the bomb site in towards the adjacent rooms
5
and
seconds left
corners.
before
And
insertion.
Retrograde can take advantage of that by breaching early. Again, the
Attackers
only
are moving out to
anti-breaching
locate a
utility
bomb
present
and
on the
defuse
side
it.
of Kira are the mute jammers from Dark Lord. And we've seen Nexus on the Maverick. He destroys them within like 10 seconds, and then Jimmy just opens up the entire breach. So it's not a major problem for Retrograde to get the CCTV breach done. Kira have to be very vigilant with where they place their defenders.
Absolutely, they really don't want to lose this particular site where they had lost 4 times in a row. Actually, 3 times in a row, that is.
Yeah, yeah.
And now this is the 4th attempt for Kira Esports to defend CCTV. Despite losing a lot of rounds on this particular site, I gotta say, Kira Esports, they are filled with determination. Wait a minute, an immediate rush from Retrogade, and already they are in the site! Jimmy and
Oh.
Sasaki already got 2 kills, which means that they have immediate control on CCTV. Oh my goodness, Kira Esports, they did not expect this to happen, and now Vortex is all by himself. Jimmy is already in there with the plant. It's 1v4. What a rush to talk about from the side of Team Retrogade. And Vortex, he has no idea on how to proceed with this. 40 seconds post plant, he can't do anything. Sasaki comes back, he takes out Vortex, and there you go. Despite Kira Esports filled with determination, they had to lose. They had to lose second floor CCTV for the 4th time, and now a pause will be asked on the side of Jimmy. Second half. Second half. Okay, I'm just trying to control myself now. Second half, 5-1. Role swap will come in, folks. Retrograde will be on defense, and Kira Esports will be on attack. So let's see what. Oh man. Oh jeez. You know, for a moment there, CCV, I had hope that Kira Esport would win this. You know, they look so confident. They were so, you know, determined that they would win this. And all Retrograde had to do was just rush from
Attackers
CCTV.
need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yep.
Okay.
Exactly
All
what we were
right.
talking about, Kira was they were allocating so many of their resources away from the bomb site. Retrograde were like, oh well, okay, if there's no one in the bomb site, why don't we move into the bomb site? And that's what they did. You know, just like I'm trying to think of an analogy. Just like grade 11 students on the basketball court. If there's no one there, they're going to rush there because grade 11 students are I'm trying to think of a
10 seconds
stream-friendly
left before
word to
insertion.
use for them, but I can't think of any, so regardless.
5
You
seconds.
could
But
say they
still,
were running in the 90s.
good.
Attackers are moving
Good
out to
one.
locate a
Alright.
bomb and defuse it.
Uh,
Oh,
man,
man. We sure have our
Retrograde.
fun. We sure have our fun. Kira Esports,
I mean,
however,
it's, yeah.
they're not the ones having a lot of fun right now. Down 1-5. Okay, this has to be their comeback. The thing is, Baba, they cannot give any leeway to Retrograde whatsoever. Because one slip up, one slip means that Retrograde will be on match point and they will have 5 rounds to just get one of them. And that is so much time that easily the team in blue will be able to close it out. So Kira need to get on their winning ways ASAP, like start right about now. Retrograde, are they going to allow that to happen? Well, contrary to Kira's defense, Retrograde are spread out all over the map. It's a very loose room, and it's a room that has costed Shrisha his life. He was spotted earlier, running out of construction. Death Hammer went for the room clear, gets the Melusi, easy peasy, and that's that. So that's the Melusi gone, and now the remaining defenders, they're the ones back in the bomb site. Kira Esports, plenty of time, now just looking for map control.
Oh man. Shisha's already been eliminated because he was a bit much more worried on the construction wall, which wasn't open. But Kira Esports, not gonna lie, second half, things are looking way too good from their hands. Especially with Shinra getting the first, taking out Sasaki, and also the sledge armor to take out Shisha, which means that Team Retrograde are down to 3 players left. And all 3 players on the side of Team Retrograde are currently in the site defending. Good trick being made from the Kite's Electroclaw to deny the Hibana 6 Karos pellets, which means that Dark Lord will be forced to use his breaching toss to open up the hatch on Kitchen. Nexus once again tricking to see whether if he can electrify it and copy. Oh man, he is not going to be too happy about that. He will be very angry because that Electroclaw has been so devastating for the attackers. It is their main source of execution. And without that hatch being breached out, things will not look too well from their hands. C4 being tossed off from Nexus, but unfortunately it would work to no avail. And also the Electroclaws will be destroyed on the other hand. Ivana will succeed in opening up the hatches, which means that they've successfully breached the hatch. But they only have 40 seconds left to do so. Oh, Kaid, be careful about that, Detamar. He's running away on his life. He will fall back in towards the tunnel side, and now the execute needs to happen. And Kira Esports, they are slowly inching their way, but they're defending as best as possible. 2v4, Dark Lord drops down, but Jimmy gets back. SMG 11, headshot to take out Dark Lord. And Nexus, he doesn't want any players from the attackers to drop down. That's one gone. They have the diffuser drop. They have the diffuser drop. It's a 2v2. They only have 15 seconds left. They have to drop down once more, or else they will lose round number 7. Smoke gas canisters to block lines of sight. Oh no,
My
Nexus
God.
perfectly timed. And Jimmy, oh man, they just fell onto their deaths. They just fell into their deaths. 6-1, folks. Retrograde is not stopping at all. Clubhouse is their domain. 6-1, match point in round number 8. Round number 8.
Nexus, take a bow. He was the MVP. Whether it be the utility usage with those electro claws and tricking the hatch time and time again, he was the one at the forefront, bearing the brunt of all of those frag grenades tossed and thrown from the side of Kira Esports. He was the one to
Defenders,
get tagged
protect your
down
bombs from
initially
being
on the
defused
side of
by
Retrograde as
attackers.
well. He fell back towards dirt. He stayed there and he peaked every single time just at the right moment to get the kills on the Kira members as soon as they were dropping, when they were the most vulnerable. Add to that, the smoke canisters being tossed as well only amplifies the pressure even more. Dark Lord also did an excellent job of being in blue, staying alive, and keeping the hooks up for the side of Retrograde, even though it was that 3 versus 5 kind of scenario. So keeping that in mind, my god, what
10
a
seconds
play
left
from
before
Retrograde.
insertion.
That round should not have been theirs at all.
5
Shrisha's
seconds
loose
left.
room, that was one opening casualty. Kira got another 5v3,
Attackers'
so
objective
much
is to
time,
locate a bomb
so
and
many
defuse it.
avenues to push from as well. The bomb site was theirs, but they fumbled it, unfortunately, and Retrograde. That was that from their side. So yeah, again, excellent round. Nexus, I think he got a triple kill overall. So beautiful stuff. And now Kira, they pretty much, it's a wrap on the map of Clubhouse. Retrograde have all the advantage in the world. They've got 5 rounds to work with. They just need another. They can go back to gym. Sorry, they can go back to church and Arsenal whenever they want. They can go to gym and bedroom as well. There are just so many avenues for the team in blue to close this out. I don't see any major way for Kira to come back into this. And the map that was supposed to be Kira's, it's a heartbreaking loss for their side. A potential score of 7-1, 7-2 perhaps, that Retrograde are looking to achieve.
Man, this is a lot to take in for
A
Kira
bomb has been
Esports.
located.
They've only won round number 4 defense. And even on attack, things are not looking too good from their hands. Look at that. Kira Esports are still trying to see whether if they can take out the Kite's Electroclaws. They still need to make a hole. They need to use the grenade to remove at least one of those important utilities. They will remove one, which means that Copy will use his exothermic charge to open up line of sight. Now, you have a double duty crossfire angle being placed from Shisha and Exter to hold out both stock, but Shinra, he's just patiently waiting. He just wants to find the weakness, and that weakness would be more than enough for Shinra to continue on being aggressive on towards red stairs, but that's not going to work out. Sasaki finds him. He takes out Shinra because Sasaki was at first floor bar. He wants to continue the aggression once again, and this is very much more problematic for them. Shisha takes one more. Copy's gone. Doctor is still here to take out Sasaki, but is it more than enough? The stock control is at the hands of the attackers, but yet they still need to gain control on Garage. Extra Shisha is still looking very strong, and his Chetamar back in a 1v3. What just happened? Kira Esports, they are fumbling down on attack as well. Second half. Deathammer, if you gotta make this clutch, you have to make this now, because if you lose this, this is your map pick, Kira Esports. And in the second map, if Retrogade's strategy works out well, things are not looking out well in Kira Esports' favor. So Death Amar needs to get this clutch. It's a 1v2. It is doable. The only difference is that he doesn't have his frag grenades to at least remove 1 or 2 players. My god, the information from the bulletproof cans will be even much more problematic, but he will remove it nonetheless. 25 seconds. Take all the time you need, Sledge. All you gotta do is find 2 players if you need to get back in the game. Exer is still gaining so much control. He has so much momentum that Amar doesn't have the diffuser in hand, which means he needs to go aggressive. He will get one. He'll take out Jimmy. Now he needs to take out Exer. Can he succeed? No! Headshot from the MP5K. Exer will deny it once and for all. And Retrograde will win map number 1 just like that, folks. Map number 1, Clubhouse, Kira Esports' map pick will be at the hands of Team Retrograde, in which map number 2, being Retrogade's map pick on Cafe Dostoyevsky, will be even a difficult task for them to proceed.
Yeah, Cafe is going to be a nightmare for Kira, a nightmare that they will have to win, because now they don't have a choice. Like I used an adjective, heartbreaking. That is the same word I used to describe this map for Kira. Completely heartbreaking loss right now. Their own map, a map that they frequent to very, very often, but no dice in this instance. And no matter what they tried, they kept going back to CCTV cache on their defense. They went for those kills. They went on the aggro. They went extremely passively. Nothing worked. This was almost about to be like a 7-0 win. Even if we jog our memories back to the one round that Kira won, Retrograde had almost planted the diffuser, but at the very end, just snatched it away. But still, talking about 7-0, talking about 7-1, having a look at the score, let's have a look at the highlights and relive the match right from round number 1, so we can exactly see how action-packed this map was. And round 1 is also an excellent example of that. Extra 1 versus 2. Kira don't know that the 2 opponents are in a downward not out state, so in their mind, it's the 2 versus 3. Excellent headshot. Now, Vortex all by himself, and look at that kill with the LMG. That's the first round clutch. Now, in the second round as well, it was Shrisha's time as the Hibana to clutch it out. So Exter this time went down, and it was that 1 versus 1 scenario. Coffee was still there. Shrisha, looking to plant the diffuser. Stop said a minute and like 20, sorry, not a minute, 1 second and 20 milliseconds on the clock, and he still clutched it out. And then after that point forward, Retrograde just looking so much confident with their attacks, no stopping them whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, the entire first half, Kira Esports, man, they were not looking good at all. 4 times that they had to defend CCTV and they had to lose all 4 of them. The only round that Kira Esports did win was at basement Arsenal room slash church, and that was by a margin. Death Armor was there. He had the bailiff. Vertical line of sight. He takes out Fuse. That is the only thing that Death Armor had to do in order to secure that round out. But other than that, man, the way how Shrisha and Sasaki was performing on Rome as well as on taking out Romers while they were on attack was just absolutely strong. And Kira Esports had no idea on how to counter them. Yes, of course, they did bring in the alibi, the MX4 Storm with a 1.5x
Yeah.
magnification scope to hold out to hold out the stock entrance. They did make their best efforts to ensure that any cook nades wouldn't arrive from the attacker's side, but they were pressured in a way that they could not defend stock at all. And because of that, there were so many situations where a cook nade did succeed for the second time. And Sasaki, man, I gotta say, his performance was absolutely amazing. Sasaki, Exter, and talk about Kira Esports, Death Armor, and Shinra. They made their fair share of efforts to hold their ground, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the members of Kira, they tried, but no, it was just such earth-shattering kind of loss. Like 1-7, you never really expected this game to, go 1-7. I mean, you're heading into this retrograde. They've defeated HLFO as well previously in the spring edition on a couple of maps. So you know they're a good team, but 7-1? Oof, from Kira. They need to go back to, the study table, and they need to review the wards and see how much of it went wrong and how exactly they can improve on, because this isn't looking like the Kira you would expect to perform on a map like Clubhouse in such an important stage. So, keeping that in mind, having a look at the scoreboard as well, look at these numbers: 11-5 for Shrisha, KDF over 2, Sasaki 10 as well. You've got Exter 94, who's also been, Mr. Consistent for their side. Sasaki also with 4 opening kills. That's an outrageous number, winning so many of those opening duels. And on the side of Kira Esports, man, everyone did try in terms of kills, but overall the team just lacked the performance needed to defeat Retrograde.
Yep, for Kira Esports, if they have to get back in the game, they need to defeat Retrogade's map pick. And that will be none other than Cafe Dostoevsky, the map that Retrograde had picked, and really did pick both me and CCV's interest about this map. What kind of strategies are they going to proceed here? Will there be some slight changes with the operators, or would it be the same standard hold where they just win according to challenging duels? I mean, it can happen,
Hmm.
it cannot. We don't know anything much more about it. But Retrograde picking map cafe is an interesting one to look at. And just like I already said in the introduction of the stream, Team Retrograde is really great at holding out maps like Theme Park. They're really good at handling out maps like Clubhouse and Oregon. But looking at a map like Cafe Dostoevsky, we still have a huge question mark to determine whether if the map
Yeah.
that they picked is a good idea or not. Because Kira Esports, they can come back. They can put us to deciders, which will be on Oregon. That will be the deciding factors to determine whether if Kira Esports can head into the playoffs or not. But for now, if we have to head on in to map number 2, we just have to take a short little break as we take a word from our sponsors. All right, folks, welcome back to the Esports Club Presents Pro Series Summer Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner Loco. Here with our second matchup between Team Retrogade versus Kira Esports. Retrogade have managed to defeat Kira Esports on map Clubhouse 7-1, and now they're here to end it off on a 2-0 note on map Cafe Dostoevsky. Will it favor on the side of Team Retrogade, or will Kira Esports come back, win map number 2 so that we can proceed in towards the deciders? Only time will tell. CCB, what are your thoughts about map number 2? Do you think Kira Esports can come back, or will Retrograde end it once and for all?
Can Kira come back? Absolutely, they can. Will they? Ooh, that's a tougher question because Retrograde on Cafe, and they have opted for this map for a sole purpose of catching Kira off guard. And in their minds, I mean, it's a decent map for their side. We haven't seen a lot of Cafe as well. I think for me personally, actually, if I think about it, ever since we've had this resurgence of Rainbow Six Siege here in South Asia, with the Pro Series and the Community Cup, even after one edition of the Pro Series and even after casting one edition of the Community Cup, this is the first time I will be casting the map of Cafe, believe it or not. I know we have seen more of Cafe at other times, but it's a first for me. So I'm definitely excited for it. But yeah, goes to show that it's still a rarer map and it's played a lot less frequently than it used to be in 2021 and previously that as well. Cafe definitely used to be, one of those core maps in many rosters in the entirety of South Asian Rainbow Six. I think Monka is one of the teams who definitely love this map. And I still kind of remember their eastern sided takes that they always used to go for on the third floor, where instead of getting cigar control and, getting like cigar market control, they went up from like the balcony, the eastern balcony, repelled in and all of that. But still, again, that's all in the past. There's no more Monka S Cafe as well. A lot of changes, new play style. Let's see. On the side of Retrograde, I know a couple of the members on Retrograde, like personally. So I've seen them play on Cafe, but again, I've seen them play in like ranked matches and all. So it's not really the best of indications as to how their performance is going to be. But given with how they were of Clubhouse, you can only imagine that they will try and continue this streak of dominance as we move on forward into the second map of this best of 3. Kira Esports knocked down a peg after the loss on Clubhouse, need to get back up and running. I need to pick themselves back up. And in order for that, we have to go through the operator ban phase as well. So in the previous map, we had Finca, Valkyrie, Thatcher, Mira, standard bans. Right now, again, Mike Baker off the board by Retrograde.
Well, unfortunately, the scalpel won't be available once again. The EMPs won't work out way too much in their favor. And now, finally, our questions will finally come to an answer. Of course, yet another ban from Kira Esports, this time a targeted ban, that is, banning out the Flores, which means that even with mute or no mute, you can still use your ADSs, and Vomice Magnet needs to give protection from those deployable shields. So you could play without mute itself. Talk about the defensive bans. Valkyrie will be banned as well. Not a it's a standard ban nonetheless. And last but not the least, Mira will go away as well. So the only ban that I'm very interested to know about is Kira Esports banning Flores. Is it mainly because of the way how Jimmy was playing Flores way back on Clubhouse? He mainly used it to open up lines of sight, but he didn't make anything much more about it. So even if they do want to make lines of sight, they could. I mean, they have to make use of Sledge and Buck. But for now, let's see how well Retrograde will proceed with the first site
Defenders,
being
protect
on
your bombs from
second
being defused by
floor.
attackers.
The site itself will be an interesting one to look at. So let's see how well will they go ahead.
Absolutely. So, yeah, third floor it is. Kira Esports on attack right now. It's going to be Retrograde ready with the defense. And oof, man, I'm just going to, take like a solid, like 2-3 rounds to get back into the fear of Cafe because it's been so long for me. But I can see that not a lot has changed in terms of the playstyle that used to be there. We still have the bathroom rotate. Very soon we'll have the shield propped up towards Pixel near Cigar. And overall, with
5 seconds.
all of the defenders placing their utility, it's still the same. Now, of course, Mira is banned. Otherwise, we'd see the defenders ripping the Mira as well. Castle is an addition that used to be brought out. Like that was one of the variations. That's
That's a I was
epic
trying
bro
to take
moment.
out I was trying to take out the default cam, but unfortunately I clicked the head
Yeah.
of Shinra. That is, it happens
Ah.
most of the time. I usually be the victim of it, with me,
Uh-huh.
getting eliminated from that. But
Right.
yeah, it is what it is.
True. So, now my question is, does this count on Dark Lord's scorecard of getting those opening kills? Because if that's the case, anything to the statistics, am I right? But still, alright, unfortunate instance, the Finka's gone, one less player for Kira Esports, but most importantly, Finra, Exen, Fragger, speaking of frags, the frag grenades are gone from Kira as well. So, now that's a major problem for their side, that exactly how do they proceed further? Deathhammer still has two of them, but keeping in mind the sheer amount of utility destruction present on the side of Retrograde, bringing Jaeger and Vamai, those two frag grenades may not be getting a lot of firepower. Deathhammer throws one of them, looking to catch one of the defenders. Tag Trisha. Oh, but the sledge himself goes down to like 10 HP or so. As right now, still, yeah, you have Retrograde in a very aggressive line of defense. They're peeking these windows and whatnot and still trying to evade all the utility thrown towards their side. Kira Esports, in the meanwhile, it's going to be a top-down take. They're on the roof, they're near the hatches, they're rappelling on the windows. They don't want anyone on the second floor. They haven't had anyone posted up on the second floor. As Shrisha is going to be the first casualty. Couldn't go back to those corner stations to heal himself. So Shrisha is gone, and the man count is equalized. No, not anymore. Kira now in the lead.
Yep, looking very good this time. Even with the first early mistakes that Dark Lord did, he will make amends by getting a kill instead. Taking out both Shisha and Exter will at least give them the control on Cigar Lounge. And that means heading towards the side won't be much of a problem for them to deal with. Sasaki knows that there is one player. Beautiful shot, a headshot that is to take out Death Armor, which means that there's only 3 players left. Back again. It's equalized. 40 seconds. The attackers are still making their best efforts to gain control on Cigar Lounge, but it is met with the smoke gas canisters that Jimmy has, and also the protection that's been made from both the Jaeger as well as the Mew. So how can Kira Esports proceed with this? Because they're losing a lot of time once again. 25, or should I say 20 seconds left for Kira Esports to proceed with the push, and they're not wasting any time at all. One of them has already been dropped down, but Jimmy somehow gets it, the wall bang, to take out Dark Lord, and one of them will be playing with the C4, and that is Nexus. He gets a kill right in towards the white stairs to take out Copy, which means that Vortex is left on a 1v3. The shotgun from long range will guarantee the kill nonetheless. Retrograde once again looking strong as ever. Third floor bar and cocktail lounge will be theirs once again.
Yeah, wasn't looking too good for the side of Retrograde early on, but they came back into it. They swung wide, and Kira Esports and their members got picked off one after another as they tried to progress forward into the bomb side. So still Retrograde having, the advantage, opening up with a win, and it kind of sort of in
Attackers
the
need to
similar
locate
fashion
and
to how
defuse
they
as many
went
bombs as
about
they
winning
can.
the initial couple of rounds on Clubhouse as well. Very, very close. You could never know who could take the win, but Retrograde started off with like a 3-round winning streak on Clubhouse. Now they're looking to replicate that, and if they can, honestly, Baba, Retrograde are just will be the sheer like contenders for a victory right here. Kira Esports are struggling, but for whichever team loses this best of 3, even if Kira Esports can mount a comeback and they defeat Retrograde heading into the decider, whichever team loses, they still have the option of the second qualifier. They can register there as
10
well
seconds to
and then
insertion.
try to move on forward. So there will be plenty of time for them to
5
discuss.
seconds
Obviously,
left
the
before
second
insertion.
qualifiers, they'll be starting from the 7th of July. So they'll
Attackers
have
must
like
locate and defuse the
3-4
bomb.
days overall in going through exactly what went wrong, reviewing their wards, improving the strategies, and it has to be grind time because for these teams, I think the best advice I can give them, and it's not even really advice, it's just common sense, is that grind as much as possible in these 3-4 days, improve as much as possible if you lost out, because this is the Pro Series. It's not the Community Cup. You're not playing for just, Rainbow Six credits. The South Asian national points are on the line alongside a hefty prize pool. And if you're not through from the qualifiers, unfortunately, you won't be playing anything. You will not even be securing even a single point of the nationals. So you better get going. And whichever team loses, and all the teams actually that have lost out the opportunity to move on forward, they need to take it to heart. Otherwise, it means sitting out an entire round of Pro Series and then registering for the next edition that we have, which will be after a long time. So keeping that in mind, still retrograde now. Round number 2, very, very total like. Kind of like what you would not expect on Cafe. You would expect a flamboyant room, but that was not the case. Kira Esports, they start off with winning ways. Deathhammer takes out Shrisha once more. That is one of the top fraggers, one of the star players for Retrograde out as the early bird. And Retrograde, previously they managed to bounce back. Can they do it again?
And that is a difficult stuff to talk about here, CCV, because Kira Esports, although they did succeed in taking out Shisha, this is a total hold. They did succeed in opening up vertical lines of sight, and they are continuing to do so. And look at the time here itself. 1 minute and 20 seconds. They still have good amount of info on where exactly Jaeger is. Currently, he is at the courtroom, but somehow they're having difficulties in removing that particular operator. Grenades being thrown around, and Nexus will gladly get that kill. Actually, Nexus will still alive, that is. Deathhammer once again. Taking out Jimmy would have a lot of things. He sees the head of the Maestro, but unfortunately can't get the confirmation, so he needs to be very much careful. Sasaki is still alive. He's being a menace in towards that spot. He is not letting the attackers gain a single push, not even on the window, because Exer is still looking at it, but the site has already been breached. Nexus is there. He's still trying to hold his ground to take out that armor, but is it more than enough? Because it's a 2v4. Flashbangs being shot out from the ADS, but not the second one though. And now the brute force shall happen. Nexus still has the information from the Maestro cans, which means that the defenders can get some beautiful information, but the Aldao will fail to get the opportunity to get the kill off, which means that they're starting to lose a lot of players. Nexus goes down at the hands of Shinra, which means Exter will go down at the hands of Shinra once again. Kira Esports, they will never back down. They will never surrender. They will win round number 2 on kitchen cooking and kitchen service. Beautifully done with that execute being made, especially from the Sledge Death Armor, as he succeeded in not only getting the early peak, but also got the second kill from that vertical line of sight to ensure that Kira Esports can find an opening.
Yeah, Deathhammer, like you said, found the opening for Kira. Shinra finished things off, and this was just slow and methodical torture from the side of Kira. One by
Attackers
one,
need to locate and defuse
extremely
bombs.
cautiously, they picked off the members of Retrograde, never revealing too much on their side, never giving, never showing their entire hand and going for a very fast or impromptu execute. They waited and waited and waited, and they realized that if we play at this rate, sooner rather than later, the Retrograde members will fall one way or another, and that's exactly what happened. So Retrograde have to realize they may have to go for a roam. They either need to waste more time of Kira Esports or strike back, retaliate early on, deal the blow to Kira. For the past 2 rounds, it has been Shrisha going down as the opening casualty. He's got to change that. He is on the Mozzie right now. Extra is playing the Vigil. So definitely Retrograde are investing their resources in having that top-down roam kind of setup and having the free roam as you would expect on the map of Cafe, because it's such a large map. Vertically and horizontally, you've got 3 different staircases, you've got balconies, plenty of avenues to fall back. This is a roamer's paradise right here, and especially for someone like Vigil who can evade those drones if played smartly, and if played according to like proper Rainbow Six theory with how you're supposed to play as the roamer, falling back and having those hit and run kind of tactics. But Kira Esports, on the other hand, speaking of theory, they're not too interested in going after the roamers. They still want to execute onto the bomb side. You can see 4 of the attackers outside of Bakery, looking to push in, looking to breach, and Kira have no interest in these roamers whatsoever. They're not even looking for too much vertical control. They just want to push forward. It is a high-risk, high-reward move. Let's see if it works out or not.
Yeah, not quite sure if Nexus will succeed with the trick. And also the C4 from Jimmy, which leads to Kira Esports having a lot more closure on their control. Jimmy once again, even with the frag out, it's still not more enough to contain the situation from Bakery side. And back again. Retrogade, realizing what Kira Esports was trying to do, opening up that vertical line of sight, they decided, how about we just add a lot of fortifications to it by bringing out
Attackers
the
have located
Vigil,
a bomb.
having Shrisha, help with the protection of the roam side. But turns out that is not working out well by a slight altercations being made. Shinra already pushed in towards the side. He is not going to let the defenders gain control on the side at all. Triple kill for him, which leads to Exter left in a 1v3 situation once more. This is not looking too good on Retrogade's end because the post-plant situation means that the time is on the clock for the defensive side and he has nowhere else to run. Kira Esports back again. Round number 3, kitchen cooking will be theirs with a quick execute in towards the bakery side. And knowing that you have both the Mozzie as well as the Vigil roaming around the side on 3rd floor and 2nd floor, plus they already had one stolen drone from the Mozzie, which means they have even much more information. Making a huge decision to push towards bakery, and just like I looked at Retrogade's operator specs, the secondary utility that is, they had 3 to
Attackers
4
need to locate and
C4s.
defuse
So
bombs.
even though if they do get control on 2nd floor to open up that vertical line of sight, a direct C4 would be thrown out to deny Sledge making even more lines of
Attackers have
sight.
located a bomb.
So Retrograde tried using that strategy, but turns out Kira Esports decided, you know what, how about we just deny the vertical lines of sight and just go haywire on bakery side? And turns out it worked out well for them.
Yeah, for the side of Kira Esports, I mean, denying the vertical lines of sight, Shinra getting the 4K, everything worked out brilliantly. So they're still extremely fine with how things are going. They have,
5
for the
seconds left.
first time in this best of 3 actually, taken the lead against Retrograde. This is the
Attackers are
first
heading
score
out
where
to defuse
Kira are in the advantage on Clubhouse. That was not the case in any round. And Retrograde had a very, very decisive, very one-sided win actually. 7-1 was the score. And now Kira Esports, of course, for the first time they're in the lead. And nonetheless, on the attack on Cafe, but Cafe also runs into the avenue of, being like attack and kind of defense-sided. I think statistically it favors the attackers a little bit more just because of how many avenues they have of executing in the vertical lines of sight. But I could be wrong on that. I think it depends region to region as well, and obviously in the tiers of competition, where they're talking about tier 1, tier 2, so on and so forth. So all of that in mind, moving on forward still, regardless of that, whichever team is in the advantage in the first half, they will be happy with themselves, regardless if they're on defense or on attack. Thing is, every single round matters, every single round is influential. For Retrograde, they need to win this because they don't want to go to the decider map. They don't want to give that advantage or that chance to the members of Kira to try and take the BO3. For Kira, they have no other choice other than to go on the map of Oregon and try their luck there. But in order for that, they need to win Cafe. No other options possible. So, round number 4, once more, Retrograde, slow and steady, holding their ground. Kira Esports taking and abiding by their time. Unlike the previous round, this time Kira are just, again, scoping out the entire map, looking for any lone defenders that they can hunt down, and then they want to move on forward. But Retrograde are not giving them the opportunity just yet.
Shisha already still holding out from the fireplace hall. And that with a weapon like Pete and Ronnie with such less magazine capacity. Every single time he gets a kill, he needs to fall back. But talk about Exter though, my goodness, 2 kills already by taking out Shinra and Copy both at the same time while they're trying to gain an immense control on Cigar. The grenade unfortunately gets caught out from the magnet nades, and I believe the second one can come back. No, it will force Exter to fall back, and that is more than enough for Vortex to claim the kill. Shisha, on the other hand, will succeed in taking out Dark Lord, and now he will slowly go back upstairs, hoping that he would take out Vortex because he is dealing a lot of damage on that execute. Kira Esports, all they need to do is just go ahead and plant so that the defenders could force themselves in a post-plant situation. But the main problem is that they have good amount of man counts, and Death Amar is actually right downstairs hoping to take out Shrisha, or maybe he could go in for a cooked nade to see whether if he can take out a player or two. Still is a bit much more worried, and looks like he will actually get one. He takes out Nexus, 2v2 equalizer, which means both of the players are in the site. One of them has a smoke gas canisters. Actually, he doesn't have any. Which means that the attackers are free to go ahead for the plant, and looks like this is working out way too well. Vortex, he gets one, so does Shrisha on a 1v1 equalizer, which means Deathabar needs to succeed, or else Shrisha needs to win this out. Whips out the pistol, both of them goes down, and it's Retrogade who wins round number 4. Oh, baby, what just happened? So many shots whipped out. Both of them had to whip out the pistols, and it was a trade out. But in the end, according to the rule wise, if the attackers did plant the diffuser in a post plant situation, and if a trade did happen, that would go out at the hands of Kira Esports. But since it wasn't a post plant situation, the attackers, even if the trade did happen, the defenders usually win it by default. So, Shrisha, a close round, as I'd like to call it. But man, was
Attackers
it
need to
a
locate
very
and
close
defuse
round indeed.
bombs.
2 to 2, round number 5 will commence, and I have no slight clue on what is going to happen next.
I mean, after the events of the previous round, nobody would have an idea on how these things will be proceeding further. But, whew, side of Retrogade, that was a close call. Almost, Kira could have pushed it to that 3-1 score. Now, we are going to one of the, I wouldn't even call like a library or tertiary bomb site, but still it's one of the lesser picked bomb sites that's definitely, definitely not the favorites, unlike first floor kitchen and third floor bar. But still, bomb site that can be played, that can be well optimized nonetheless. You have that vertical extension, and this time it's a proper vertical extension that many teams opt for with reinforcements, with utility. There is no loose room whatsoever. You don't have solo roamers going on their own adventures looking to waste time. You have ample amount of investments alongside those said roamers to assist them, essentially. And that's, yeah, similar playstyle that Retrograde are going for. We are seeing the castle brought out for the very first time. Shrisha again. Okay, Shrisha is not having the best of days either. He gets a couple of kills in a round, or out of 5 rounds, this is the 3rd time he has been the opening casualty. So the miracles on the clubhouse are not working for him. He's got to make sure that doesn't happen, or that doesn't keep on happening. Still struggling a little bit. And Retrograde, a big blow dealt already, because within 45 seconds, one of the defenders is gone. Now, usually, this is where we see that rebuttal. This is where we see that retaliation from the side of Retrograde. They get a kill in return. They, return the favor essentially to the side of Kira Esports. The trade occurs, and we are back to a 4 versus 4. Will yet to happen. Replay C4, and Extra just got completely off guard. Had no clue in the world. Coffee had moved up. Oh, that's an off-guard kill as well. Vortex dropped down from the cigar hatch, down to the balcony, gets blown to bits, and still the team in blue are not out of this just yet. The anchors are staying strong, but Kira Esports now have got 90 seconds to work with for this execute.
And Jim is already proceeding his way from the main stairs to see if he can get a kill or two. Proximity mines will give away Coffee's immediate detection of where exactly he is. And Sasaki is making some lines of sight to see if he can gain an angle right towards the hatch side. That is a very huge angle though, right in towards reading room towards the hatch side. We'll take out the shock drone that Dark Lord is trying to get any information out of it. But this time, it's at a standstill. They have to open up lines of sight, but Shinra loses that gunfight and Sasaki holds it out. Beautifully done. 3v3, they've equalized it, but at the cost of Sasaki being on so low HP, and plus they don't have any denial utilities. The C4 was already been used by Jimmy to take out one of the players, and now, knowing that they don't have any heartbeats, they need to make do with the vertical lines of sight on the 3rd floor, and unfortunately, they won't be able to find anyone. Actually, they will find one, and that would be Sasaki at the hands of Dark Lord. And this time, Jimmy needs to get back on the side. The drop will come in. He hears the information. The breach charges will also give away his intentions, but Jimmy loses that important gunfight, which leads to Copy winning it. 1v3. Nexus decides to go upstairs. Now, is it a good idea? Not quite sure, because he doesn't have the information, but maybe he can. He gets to take out the players. 1v2. All he needs to do is just play on 3rd floor. Yes, the diffuser has been dropped. Oh no, he also has 2 players' information. Okay, that was interesting, quite to say none the least. Nexus find another one. Oh baby, this is looking very good. Darkler needs to plant. He doesn't have any time. Oh my goodness, what just happened? They had no idea where Castle was, and they just started to run away, see if they could find another way for the plant, but no, it did not happen. Man, I gotta say, what a play from the Castle. What a play. Genius.
Yeah.
Genius.
This catches it out again. And, after this week, I was planning on going to one of like a couple of like restaurants and all, and go to like a stand-up
need to
show or
locate
something.
and
But no
defuse
need.
bombs.
There's amazing entertainment right here. That was I would like to call it honestly a comedy of errors from the side of Kira Esports, fumbling around with the diffuser, moving back and forth. But in all seriousness, I can kind of understand their confusion with such little time remaining. You can't go up towards third floor and kill Nexus. You need to plant the diffuser. You're looking for a safe avenue. You can't go to the other bomb site as well. It would cost them too much time. But yeah, man, that was some round. It's one for the highlights. It's one for the highlights, and it's a round I
10
know
seconds to
for a
insertion.
fact Nexus will be bragging about every single day, probably for the rest
5
of his
seconds to
life.
go.
That is. So, but still, fair play to him. Amazing clutch, those 2 kills, and
Attackers are
again,
moving out
like
to
you mentioned,
locate a
Baba,
bomb
having
and
the smarts as well with that super shorty. He got the line of sight, and exact line of sight as well. He knew where to go for. He knew where to peek. He ended up getting for that, and then there was just no time remaining. But Kira Esports, they will be very, very disheartened with how that round went. I don't think they must have been keen on going for that as right now. Oh, Kira Esports. Yeah, that was a big blow. They were looking to get towards freezer. They were looking to, kill the person who's reinforcing that freezer wall. But instead, Shinra gets scored out from one of the members, and Retrograde already have the man advantage, and the defender in question has run away.
Bomb
Nowhere
located
to
by
be
attackers.
found. So again, the team in orange struggling a little bit to get their grips on.
Oh man, already Shinra just got eliminated, and this is definitely not good because Shinra, he was the one who was making a lot of early peaks for the entirety of the first half. And now with him being eliminated, the LMG, the adrenal surge, the frag grenades, things will go a bit more slower for Kira Esports, knowing that they cannot get their opening picks. Dark Lord gets the information on exactly where Sasaki is. Unfortunately, he will be left with 20 HP, and this is my favorite filter of all time, the Noir background, where I try to use my thoughts and see what exactly is going to happen. Nexus sees both of the player perfectly
my
lined up,
God.
2 kills, and immediately he just faded back out. My God, the time was absolutely perfect. He might be able to get the third. Okay, what just happened? Kira Esports, they lost everyone. It's just copy.
Yeah.
Okay, 1v3. Shisha actually gets taken out, but what exactly happened? That was a quick succession of events that I have no idea what just happened, but something happened. 3v1, Copy is just on 10 HP, and he gets taken out. Okay, alright. I need to take a breather, alright?
Yeah. It's
What
necessary.
happened? What
Um,
happened? First, the Noir filter. Next thing you know, it confused so much that we saw a perfectly lined up shot for Kaid, a third kill.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, it's just the Nomad left in a 1v3. All right, I
Yeah, it
need
was
to, I need to, I
first the
don't know, do
Noir
something.
filter, and then Nexus becomes a Black Noir himself with the amount of kills he got.
Uh huh.
Man, that's good. But
Man.
boy, that was
Defenders,
some
protect your
some
bombs from being
2 rounds
defused
we
by
have
attackers.
seen. It's Retrograde again in advantage. Kira Esports now the only round they've been in advantage was all the way back in round number 3 when they were leading 2-1. Since then, Retrograde managed to win 3 rounds consecutively, take the half for themselves, and now they have the lead. And Kira Esports, they are down in the ditches. I mean, you know how I said when it was the 1-5 score on the clubhouse that Kira need to win round number 7 as soon as they start off with the first round of the second half on their attack. It's gotta happen right now as well. Kira need to win this round, and they need
5
to
seconds left.
equalize the score as soon as possible. Not just obviously because of what has
Attackers must
happened and
locate and defuse a bomb.
because of the score, but for their own mental sake as well. One thing is for certain, the past 2 rounds for Kira have not been good. Next is playing amazing for both the rounds, getting those clutches, getting those multi-kills. Sure, amazing performance, but Kira know they're making those mistakes and they need the peace of mind to not make them anymore. Retrograde have to realize, Kira have to realize that they need to defeat Retrograde, and they cannot lose in such a manner. So Kira Esports, they need these rounds to go in their favor. Their defense right now, third floor, quite similar to what Retrograde were bringing. Thunderbird is back up
Bomb
and running.
located
Jaeger
by
Bamai,
attackers.
always the classic for third floor bar. And overall, it's just the attack that we are focused on from
A
the side of
bomb has been
Retrograde
located.
to see exactly what they changed. Because when we saw the attack from Kira, they lost out on both the rounds of third floor bar and cocktail. Every single time it was a Retrograde win. Can Kira keep that defender streak going? Let's find out.
That's a difficult question that we won't be able to have an answer to. But the only difference is if Shinra gets the opening pick, it's more than enough for Kira Esports to come back. Even more so if Death Armor comes back with an early pick to burst the Cigar Lounge, then maybe Kira Esports can come back at a fashionable manner. But the way how the damage has been dealt in the first half and to recuperate it back in second half, being on defense, having that morale back is the main important thing that the defender needs to worry about. But they also need to have patience. They need to wait for the attackers to open up, make their play, and Shinra is thinking for a very good run out, but instead his location has been compromised. He still wants to challenge it, but no, it's best for him to just fall back way upstairs and see whether if he can hold his angle back once again. And also you still have Thunderbird's corner station. He'll be able to heal himself back to full HP, but also he needs to relocate back in a place where he could defend the spot once again. The execute will happen. That is towards the Cigar Lounge. With the help of Sasaki's Adrenal Surge, the frags will come in at the hands of Exter. Copy goes down, which means there's still 4 players left. Extreme aggression from Cigar Lounge as Shisha comes back with a bang. Takes out Death Armor. Sasaki comes back once more, and Kira Esports, once again, they are falling apart. Vortex is slowly arriving at the flank. He will take one out, but his location has been compromised, which means that he will be forced to fall back. Now Shinra is still there. He is still holding out his angle. He's making sure that he'll be able to hold his ground, but Sasaki catches Vortex off the bat, which means that Shinra is left all by himself. Needs to find all 4 players, doesn't have the information, neither does his life. And Retrogade will win once again on round number 7. And I gotta say, CCV, the amount of strategies that we are going to see from Retrogade and Kira Esports might come in from your accounts exam.
Ah, nice one. Please don't remind me of that. I know you're making the joke, but I don't. The last thing I want to be reminded of is that yesterday as well, Blackjack. We brought up school for
Attackers
some
need to
reason,
locate and defuse
and
as many bombs
exactly
as
what's
they
going on. And even then, I was like, the last thing I want to talk about on the last day of my summer vacation is school. So very very soon we'll drop that conversation as well. But still, I'll face the wrath
Music.
tomorrow. Yes. But overall,
Oh,
it's
man.
it's Kira
I mean,
Esports
you'll do
who are
great. You'll do
so.
great. Don't worry about it.
That's never say that I'm. Well, you see, whatever you say, the opposite. No, sorry, it actually applies to me. Whatever I say, the opposite happens. I said MRCZ would win the grand finals, and then we saw Hunters.
Can we just drop it already? I don't know. It was just sheer luck that I just went in for Hunters LF4.
Sure.
It's
It's
just,
big brain move.
Attackers are moving out.
yeah, who knows? That might come in from your accounts exam too. But anyways, jokes aside, round number 8, 5-2. Retrograde looking very strong here, folks, especially on attack. And Kira Esports is going back to select the same side once again, 3rd floor bar and cocktail lounge, with some slight changes in the operator select, especially with the Vortex bringing in the Frost Mat Trap, which is a devastating utility if the attackers are not too much careful about that important part. And for the attackers side, you have Nomad, the AF Jabs, Finka from the hands of Sasaki, and Extra with the Iana. The execute that they made on round number 7 was done flawlessly. All they had to do was just ensure brute force on Cigar Lounge to take out the Vamai, and they did it excellently so. But if they lose a lot of time, say for an example, if they're left with 30 or 40 seconds, then maybe we could see Kira Esports fling back, unless and until something happens from the defensive side.
Yeah, and something definitely needs to happen from the defenders. They cannot keep on just trying to react against whatever Retrograde are planning as well. They need to get a little more proactive, essentially, in this entire segment. Already you have one defender very close. Nexus barely misses the bullet, so I think the defender was shooting at the hatches. No matter that, Deathmark falls back now. The breach towards Cigar has happened, and again, Retrograde are looking for the same execute as they were previously. Go into Cigar shop, clear out pixels, move on forward, send one player down to white stairs, and have a pinch execute. Now, last time, it worked brilliantly because so many of those early kills went in their favor. Sasaki did an excellent job getting that triple kill overall in the round, but this time it's a lot more difficult. Kira are a lot more hesitant to give away these gunfights to the members of Retrograde, and the team in blue, they have to fight for a lot more of the angles. Still, they're going to be moving forward, and still Retrograde get the opener. Detmer playing in pixels is now gone. The shield can be cleared very, very easily, and no defender can take his position. So again, Retrograde are moving forward with their execute. They are ready to, not hesitate and not waste any time. Kira need to keep these attackers at bay, but how exactly will they do that?
Well, Lexter has to be the one who can continue the aggressive plays, but will be denied at the hands of Dark Lord. Magical hands, that is, at the hands of the Melusi, but immediately he just goes back once again. Shinra needs to ensure that he can come back, but the sheer aggression that Retrogrades has, and I'm not quite sure whether if Kira Esports can handle it. Copy. Still into a third floor bar, but he gets caught out in the act, and so does Vortex. And Retrograde is looking strong once again in round number 8 attack, which means they are in match point. One more round to be qualified for the playoffs. And talk about Kira Esports' end. 4 more rounds for them to come back and put this match on overtime. Will this happen or will it not? Let's get to see the site, which can be on first floor kitchen service and kitchen cooking. For a moment there, I thought they were going to go on third floor bar once again, but no, they will not. First floor site. This will be their final chance if they want to be qualified. If not, they can still have a chance on the second qualifiers, but having a chance like this, I'm pretty much sure that Kira Esports will not give away that easily.
Kira Esports, they're going to be fighting for everything right here, but still, they need, like you said, 4 rounds consecutively. It's such a big ask from their side. So keeping that in mind, yeah, backs up against the wall. They are hanging by the final thread right here. Retrograde are applying all the pressure in the world, and Kira trying to budge away, but just not looking likely. And they may just crumble under the pressure, like what happened on Clubhouse, and the scores are going to be pretty wild then. 7-1 win for Retrograde on Clubhouse, 7-2 win for Kira right now. Oof. Sorry, 7-2 win for Retrograde here as well. My apologies, not Kira. But again, Kira can strike back if that's the case. It's just a lot more easier said than done. So, what can be potentially the final round of this best of 3? And similar setup from the side of the defenders. You've got the loose room setup. They've got an Echo in place as well. Nexus from the side of Retrograde was bringing the Maestro. This time it's the Echo. And speaking of Nexus, he goes off as the opening kill. Dark Lord in a very vulnerable position with no choice but to fight, dies out. Shrisha gets another, and yes, Kira dealt the first blow, but Retrograde have swung back twice as harder, and Kira are still not in the man advantage. Shinra can overturn that very quickly. A lot of attackers converging into his location, and he has to escape. He's got no other choice but to retreat. The defenders are under pressure. Retrograde know about the positions. They know how to execute, and they've got plenty of time as well. Kira Esports needs something to help with so much pressure. They need a kill. They need a distraction. Anything that Shinra can do from outside the bomb site, because the anchors, they are helpless for the time being. They cannot escape.
There goes one of the yokai drones, and Echo he still has one more that can give him viable information, but they still need to focus on taking out Shinra. He gets one beautiful headshot to take out Sasaki, and now he'll just reposition himself. 3-3 equalizer, and a minute 30 seconds left for the attackers to proceed in towards the site, but they don't have control on the second floors, which means that Vertical Lines' site will be at the hands of Kira Esports and Shinra, who wants to go aggressive once again in towards the hallway. They know exactly what kind of execution do we get to see, and thanks to Vortex's yokai drone, he now has information on exactly where Ace's location is, but Shisha denies it. He gets to take out Shinra, and with that misinformation will lead to Kira Esports be its downfall, or will it not? Information will be given from the holograms, and Coffee needs to destroy it, but it's too late. Shisha comes back, a triple kill. Coffee replies back with a good headshot. 2 players left. The smokes, actually the C4s, can be used to deny the plant. He knows exactly what's happening. Some shots being dealt around. Will we see a C4 being tossed out? Will that connect? Yes, it does. Good shot. Good one from Copy. Now it's a 1v1. Extra needs to win if he needs to get the win for Team Retrograde, because all it needs is a single shot to the head, but Copy wins it anyways. SMG 11 for the win, and Kira Esports will still survive by winning round number 9 at a very close margin.
Yep. Retrograde, they had all the advantage in the world, but isolated gunfights costed them. the round. Excellent play from Coffee. He had the crosshair placement as well. He had all sorts of like utility management. The C4 throw was prime. Like we saw live while the diffuser was going down. Exactly. The C4 landed like plumb next to the attacker. Boom. And then the one versus one as well. Close proximity under
Attackers need
a
to
ton of
locate and
pressure. You
defuse
lose
bombs.
that round. You're out of the qualifiers. Coffee prevailed nonetheless. Excellent play right there. Retrograde now. Moving on forward. All right, so they've tasted loss as well. They're like, we don't want this to happen for more rounds. Because Kira Esports, you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. You give them this one chance of making a comeback. Best believe they'll strike back twice as harder. It is going to be
Bomb located by
the
attackers.
infamous library dining bomb site where the last time we saw this bomb site, things did not
10
go all
seconds
too
to
well
go.
for Kira. But that was back when they were attacking. Now, side swap has happened.
5
They
seconds
are
remaining.
going for your classic play with Mutant Mozzie Castle Vamai. Yeah, it's like
Attackers'
you
objective
you
is
have
to
time
defuse the
traveled
bomb.
back to 2021 again. It's the same thing, we've been seeing for such a long time, and it works, and it works for Kira Esports and for so many teams out there. So they are not looking to change a lot of that. Retrogade on the meanwhile, they've brought out Knock from Srisha. That's quite interesting. And otherwise, they've got the Iana Nomad, so they are planning their own kind of strategy with flanks and with quiet executes and whatnot. Now, can Srisha be successful with a knock? No, he cannot. Shinra, another opener for this man. 12 kills. The only player in the entire server to have double-digit kills right now. He is having an amazing day on Cafe.
Oh man, he is of course. 12 kills. And with Shisha taken care of, which means an unexpected play will not happen on the side of Team Retrograde, which means that Kira Esports can still come back if Retrograde keeps making their fair share amount of mistakes in round number 10 itself. So they need to keep back their composure. They need to ensure that if they keep making those mistakes, especially on a map like Cafe Dostoyevsky, being the ones on match point, things will not look too good in their favor. So quite particularly so, they will ensure that the Wumai will be taken care of from the cigar side. They know exactly what to do and what not to do. And hopefully we might get to see another angle from the window side of main stairs to see whether if he could get to take out the Wumai. But 130 seconds left. Vortex still has one of his armor panels, so if things go a bit heavy, he'll be able to lock it out as easier as you can expect. But having the loss of one player on the attack side will feel even much more problematic because Nook, it can help because you have a lot of information from the defensive side, the default camps. You can just negate every single thing you see. Jimmy, my god, aggressive plays. You might be able to get to take out the smoke. Yes, he does. A second kill will come back at the hands of Nexus as he takes out Dark Cloud. Another beautiful kill from Jimmy. Shindra goes down, which means that Amar and Vortex are the only two operators left. And both of them are at the third floor. They need to get back on the site. As meanwhile, we see Retrograde was slowly making it in towards that particular place of Death Armor. Beautifully done to take out Jimmy, which means they have confirmation on the defuse. Now all they have to do is just hold their ground and dodge a lot of bullets from the LMG versus an UMP. Man, Vortex is in so much trouble, and evidently so he will be taken down. Sasaki will confirm the kill, which means that Amar needs to clutch out a 1v2. He doesn't have the impact needs to make his own line of sight. He sees one of the player but misses the opportunity. But what just happened? An explosive that would put Exter on a
15
DBNO
seconds
state.
remaining.
I'm not quite sure if they have a cap can, but maybe some of the grenades from Sasaki got caught off in the
10
process.
seconds remaining.
But he will be woken up thanks to the adrenal surge. Post-plant situation. Can he succeed? No, it does not. An immediate trade will come back. And there you go, folks. Team Retrograde will be your third team to qualify for the playoffs. And unfortunate for Team Kira Esports, they might have to try their luck in the second qualifiers.
Absolutely. For the side of Kira Esports, second qualifier it is. They finished third in the spring edition of the Pro Series. Right now, they have been outed by the team that have finished in fourth. So definitely, you've got MRCZ against Hunters LF4. Now Shaheens are emerging as rivaling competitors as well, with them pushing it to the decider map against Hunters yesterday. Going into overtime twice. Right now, Retrograde have defeated Kira 7-1 and 7-3 on Clubhouse and Cafe. Nonetheless, we are seeing plenty of newer teams and newer player compositions emerge, and I'm here all for it. So yeah, Retrograde, huge congratulations to them. They are going to have um what is it? The playoffs start from the 16th of July. So they have just shy of like 2 weeks to prepare for the playoffs. That is a lot of time to take a awards to see the streams and whatnot. But taking a look at the awards as well, we'll bring up the highlights of this map and we'll have a look at the best moments that we just saw on the map of Cafe right from round number 1, where Retrograde did not have that advantage 3 versus 5, but they turned it around. Look at that. And also we had our Mexican standoff round, the one which ended in a trade. The pistols were pulled out. SMG 11, P19. Oh god, that was something. So overall, very, very dicey rounds that we've been seeing through Clubhouse, through Cafe, but that's the way it is. So yeah, so far, amazing set of best of 3 we've just witnessed. I am thoroughly excited to see Retrograde play against, like Hunters, Shaheens, and MRCZ in the playoffs as well once that eventually happens.
Man, how can I forget about Nexus making a play like that? The
Or
shotgun to
this,
open
yeah.
up lines of sight, denying the plant. All he had to do was just remove copy, and he just played it so patiently. He knew he saw both of the players running around, but he didn't make a shot. Why? Because he was waiting for at least one of those attackers to head in for the plant while being himself concealed in that positioning. So all I have to say, Nexus has done an amazing job to win that 1v2 clutch, which was heavily necessary for Retrograde to come back. And I gotta say, Map Cafe Dostoevsky, this is a different Retrograde that I'm watching right now. Theme Park, it was more of like a 1v5. Next thing you know, Retrograde comes back 5v5, and they would win overtime match point. They did it twice in the lower brackets. And now, seeing Retrograde perform ever so flawlessly in a map like Cafe Dostoevsky clearly shows that Retrograde is in it to win it. Same thing I could say for Kira Esports, especially on the hands of Shinra, who made a total of 12 to 13 kills, both on attack as well as on defense. I
Yep.
couldn't get to see more of his performance being made on map Clubhouse. Most of the time, it was
Mm-hmm.
either Death Armor or Vortex who was trying to see whether if they can make a plays or not. But other than that, man, Retrograde, Shrisha, Jimmy with the plays, Exter was just, on point with those shots. And all in all, I gotta say, Retrograde, a really, I could say, a well-deserved win for them. Not only do they
Absolutely.
get to spot in the playoffs, they get to defeat Kira Esports, but they're not out of the hooks just yet, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're not out of it just yet. Kira Esports
Yeah,
can come
yeah.
back on the second quals, so anything
Yes.
and everything is on the line. And especially with the final matchup, it's going to happen between MRCZ versus Team Phalanx. Something is about to happen, and it will be big. 7-3. As we take a look at the match summary, Jimmy with a total of 10 kills, Shinra on the other hand with 11 kills, having a total of 4 opening kills in map Cafe Dostoevsky, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to defeat Retrograde.
Yeah, you had the standout performances, even someone like Exter, getting 3 opening kills and not dying even a single time. But then you also had, to balance it out, like Shrisha. He wasn't having, like, overall, he had a pretty decent day. I guess everyone in Retrograde did. But on Cafe, Shrisha also had the struggles early on, dying plenty of times. You can see his cost as well. And cost can be a great indicator of the kills and your overall performance mattering as well in just one brief number. Well, I guess that is what the summary is after all. But yeah, everyone on the side of Retrograde performing well. Kira Esports as well could have been better, just like Clubhouse. It's not that anyone completely tanked out of the like map. Someone was completely shut down. They had their moments, but overall, the team presence was just a bit lacking compared to what was present on the side of Retrograde. It also could be because of the fact that we haven't seen Athar today. He wasn't playing. I'm not really sure for which reason, but he is in the main roster still for Kira. So who knows? Maybe in the next qualifier he'll be there. Hopefully he's there. Maybe that will shake things up as well. But yeah, overall, Kira definitely have got to hit the wards. They have to review everything that's happened and they have to improve. Maybe a change in their map selection can help them. But honestly, this wasn't about the maps. It was a bit about the strategies. Kira constantly going back to like cash and CCTV on the map of Clubhouse on the defense, losing on it multiple times, like 3 or 4 times. Those gunfights and obviously the executions from their side as well, lacking a bit there. But yeah, room for improvement, 100%. And the reason I'm seeing so much about Kira is you don't expect this kind of result from Kira. Like, had they lost going into overtime or going into like 7-5, I would still be like, that's a tough fight. Kind of like Shaheen's and Hunter's LFO yesterday, that was a fight. Kira here completely lost their traction that they wanted to have over the maps, and it has costed them both the maps, like 1-7 on Clubhouse. That's a very, very one-sided result favoring Retrograde. So still, two very polarizing results, but a great win for the members of Retrograde nonetheless. They'll be extremely happy and glad with their performance and moving on forward against whichever opponents they face in the playoffs. But for the time being, they can sit back, relax, watch our next best of three as well. You've got MRCZ up against Phalanx to determine which will be the fourth team moving on into the summer edition of the Pro Series. We've got the second qualifiers next weekend as well, the upcoming weekend, apologies. But yeah, a lot to be done on the table for so many of these rosters. But it's amazing to see newer rosters emerging. And yeah, kind of the similar players. I mean, many names on Retrograde, they've obviously been in the scene for such a long time, but with these player compositions, they're shining again and they're tackling the top dogs of our region who have been there for such a long time head on. So amazing stuff. Again, I thoroughly enjoyed this best of three.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Kira Esports, you do know that they already have secured third place for the SA National Qualifiers points. So having a result like a 7-1 on 7-3 on Clubhouse and Cafe is a lot worrying on my end, because even if you do succeed on the second qualifiers, can you maintain the third position? Because Retrograde clearly shows that they can do what it takes to defeat one of the best teams in the South APAC region. Kira Esports, they went up against some of the international teams in most of the series, and Retrograde managing to defeat one of the titans of this region clearly shows that there is a lot of room for youngsters, or should I say young talents, that can proceed into the nationals. But talk about Retrograde, man. Fourth place,
Mm-hmm.
and if I say in the playoffs, if Retrogrades do survive in upper brackets or lower brackets, even if they try to at least secure third or fourth place spot in the second half, I gotta say things will look good in our favor. But all in all, I have to say, Kira Esports, I hope they come back very strong in the second quals and show that they are not out of the game just yet. But that would be the first matchup, folks. Hope you guys enjoyed it. But we still have the second matchup to commence. It will be MRCZ versus Team Phalanx, which will happen, but we'll take a short little break and we'll be right back. Until then, go grab some H2O, some snacks, and we'll be right back.
Chase. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series Summer Edition, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and with our broadcast partner Loco for Rainbow-Six-Siege. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Babagusta, as we're back for match number 4 of the first qualifiers stream. That is correct, folks. That second match that you see at 7 p.m. IST. I mean, we're a little bit late from 7 p.m. IST, but it's fine. Mercenariez versus Phalanx is going to go live on your screens in just a short while. We hope you're ready. Baba, how do you feel about this match on this fine evening?
Well, at first, I have to say, Jack, very excited for MRCZ versus Team Phalanx. Both of them have, just like I said, they've already racked up their SA National Qualifiers points. So they're fighting for the spot to be qualified into the playoffs. The faster that they're qualified, the better the chances that they can learn their opposition team and try to strategize accordingly in the Pro Series Summer Edition for Rainbow-Six-Siege. So everything is on the line. You still have 4 more spots, which will happen in the second qualifiers, where since Kira did get eliminated out, with Retrogade being the one taking the spot alongside with Hunter's LFO, Kira has a second chance in the second qualifiers. But for Phalanx and MRCZ, their spot is on the line. They need to ensure that they will be qualified. As we take a look at the brackets itself, we have our 3 teams are qualified for the playoffs. Hunter's LFO won't stop peaking, and Retrogade. Now we're just waiting for the final one.
Yep, and this match is going to be a good one indeed. Mercenaries, of course, we've known them for such a long time in the region. One of the pillars of South Asia, you could say, and one of the oldest names in the current set of top teams. Always in the top 3 without fail. Phalanx, on the other hand, they are, well, a relatively new conglomeration of players who've been here before and who are coming up as of, I guess, relatively recently. None of them are really new in the same way that certain other players are in other teams. We'll get to that later. But they have proven themselves in their matchups from before. So we'll have to see how they go up against Mercenariez as we look at the maps that we will be watching today, folks, for this match. The map veto on your screens right now: Skyscraper by Mercenariez, Phalanx picking Villa, and Clubhouse, ye olde South Asia favorite, is the decider map.
Well, look how the tables have turned, Jack. Skyscraper will be the first map. Second map followed up Team Phalanx picking up Villa. And then the decider, which will be on Clubhouse nonetheless. An interesting pick being made from the side of MRCZ. And the first map, which will be on Skyscraper, looks like they'll be the ones on attack first. So I'm quite curious and intrigued to know how well Mercenaries will proceed on map Skyscraper. We'll talk about Team Phalanx opting out with the safest map as ever possible, Villa. Again, Phalanx's performance on Villa has been really great since way back. We did see them perform on Community Cup Series. Lower brackets, they did try their level best to come back, but it was all for fun and games. But this is not fun and games, folks. This is the Pro Series Summer Edition, so everything is on the line. If you want to get the spot, if you want to be qualified for the playoffs, and you want those sweet, sweet SA Nationals qualifier points, plus a huge prize pool of 2,500 US dollars, then it's obvious that they will give them their best shot. Now we're just waiting for the match to appear with MRCZ's teams all readied up. So does Team Phalanx. So without having any further delays, we will be going live. Map number 1, Skyscraper. MRCZ on attack, Team Phalanx on defense. And we just have to wait for the ban phase to come in. We're just checking out to see if everything is going smoothly. And once we got the ready confirmation, we will head out. There you go, folks. MRCZ on attack, Team Phalanx on defense. So let's guess what kind of attack and defensive bans will they go into.
I do like how you mentioned, Baba, that Skyscraper is the first pick here today. Mercenaries, when it comes to them, Chalet is a map that comes to mind, especially as of recently. But Chalet, of course, was banned by Phalanx. And thinking back to yesterday's matches, we had Bank twice in play. First time, first pick by the Hunters LFO in their match against the Shaheens, and then decider map on match number 2 as well. Good stuff from South Asia teams from what we're seeing. You know, a little bit of wish fulfillment with that Bank play, and now Skyscraper in play as well. We saw Skyscraper yesterday as well once, so it's good to see that these maps are being picked up by the teams, by the players, and being brought into, you know, regulation, being brought into, you know, the play that we expect to see. Bans, of course, not much to talk about. Pretty standard stuff here. Thatcher and Jackal. Nothing too specific for either team. Thatcher, of course, we all know EMPs galore. He can disable practically any utility the defenders have and, basically turn them blind for a good few seconds. Jackal, very good at hunting roamers. He's got the smokes. He's got claymores as well, I believe now. And the PDW and or C70, very good guns in their own right. It's a little bit of soft breach with that secondary shotgun. He's all right. He's good. He gets banned. Mira as well. The two Spaniards are going to be off the board today. Mira, of course, a little bit more of a concrete reason as to why those one-way black mirrors have always been a very, very, very big nuisance for attackers to deal with, to the point where Mira is almost a permaban at this point, I would say, just like Thatcher is. Kaid will be the final ban, and when it comes to Skyscraper, I think we know why, especially for that site that is Office and Exhibition. We saw yesterday the sheer difficulty that some teams had whilst getting rid of the electro claws on the office room. That wall that goes outside into the balcony, office balcony, so to speak, is one that is very important. It's an important line of sight and an important wall for defenders to, defend. That's why the Kaid ban comes in. And with that, we're going to be going straight into round number 1. The site will be second floor karaoke and tea room. And as we go in, folks, this exciting match is about to be underway. So, let us have a look at both the rosters that are here in the lobby first today. From the side of Mercenariez, we've got Hasib Wants Peace, MII7, Taha, Fatar, and Ayan. And from the side of Phalanx, we've got Guy with Audacity, Hussein, Cheryl, or actually Sherry, Hercules, and Devastating. As round number 1 is now underway.
Yep, round number 1 is a go. A Skyscraper will be the map. MRCZ will be the one on attack itself. Already we see some changes in the attackers' repec, especially from the hands of Hasib, switching out from the Glass to the Yana, and also from Ayan, bringing in Finka. Of course, you would need Finka for the surges to give them much more chances to survive in gunfights. And look at the amount of utilities that MRCZ has. A total of 6 grenades at their disposal, 2 smoke grenades, and 2 claymores to watch out for flanks. So everything is set in motion. The only thing is that they need to figure out a way to disable those ADSs.
Absolutely. I mean, some of those grenades will be used in the initial utility layer. It's pretty much a given at this point. MI7 might use one of the smoke grenades as well. Oh dear me, bit of a moonwalking situation going on right here for the, yep, that was the Legion. That was Guy with Audacity gone. Unfortunate. Seems like unless they're able to reconnect into the next round, we might have to take a pause later on. But continuing with the round number 1, as it was already action phase that the disconnection happened, no rehosts can be called. Unfortunate for Phalanx. But it is what it is. They're going to have to just move on as the rest of the team have finished putting their utility in places that is required. They have the Valkyrie for intel as well. So they've got eyes on very important positions in the map. 1 reinforcement remains as well at that too. 5 drones still in the pockets of the attackers. 2 drones out there in the wild. Good positioning on those since they haven't been found. C4 goes out early from Hussein, but to no avail. Is going to have to run back into the Dragon area. The Dragon Landing, as I like to call it. And Sherry watching the entry door. There is somebody on the balcony side of things. Could find one in just a second here. Devastating, overwatching the mid stairs, and the Melissa Sherry looks like they've fallen back. Reinforcing off the rotate that they made into the drum corridor means that, it's going to be a more standard defense from Phalanx. Don't want to risk it. They're already playing a 4v5 after all. Oh.
Well, turns out it will be a 4v4. Hercules finds the pick. Taha's been eliminated, which means that they can fight it on even grounds. But still, there's a lot of work to be done, especially with the grenades which come flying around from the side itself. And MI7 just misses the opportunity to take out that ADS, which would have been helpful for the attackers to throw even more utilities. But for now, they just need to make do because they don't have much time left. They only have 47 seconds. Hussein is still ensuring that none of the attackers would make their push. Drum room is entirely the hands of the attackers, and Hussein wants to be aggressive, but gets denied in the hands of MI7, beautifully done with the F2, and now they just need to find 3 more. Sherry's just playing as patiently as possible. Fatar comes back once again, followed up with yet another kill, double kill from his end, which leads to Sherry leaving off in a 1v3. Can he succeed? No, it does not. Hasib arrives right from the main stairs and claims their first attack round win in Karaoke and Tito.
I mean, all things considered, a pretty standard take that we saw from the side of Mercenaries. Nothing too particularly special, mostly horizontal focused, going in from the Office Exhibition side into Dragon, into Drum, into Sight. The Nook was probably going to be sort of like a pincer slash rogue element that they wanted to implement, going up the black stairs or maybe the mid stairs as well, catch somebody off guard and really cause chaos in the site. But credit where credit is due, the Jaeger found that. Excuse me right there. The Jaeger found the Nook before much damage could be done, and so prevented a bit of a chaotic situation that Phalanx might have otherwise found themselves in. Regardless, though, the rest of Mercenaries more than up to the task. You had MI7 going in aggressively. You had Hasib coming in from the drum door. You had Ayan with the cover, thanks to, well, the covering fire from the LMG of the Finca. No surprises that, all things considered, Phalanx's defense ended up falling apart because, I mean, it's Mercenaries, folks. They have been at this for a while. They know what to expect. And the first round, of course, you're kind of just feeling out your opponent. Sometimes you lose while doing that. Sometimes some rounds don't really go your way. Phalanx will know that, so it's all right. It's just the first round after all. But they are yet to get their foot in the door. Don't get me wrong. But they can still get it done. Round number 2, going back to Karaoke Tea Room. Hopefully they can get Guy with Audacity back soon-ish. And there we go. Speak his name, speak their name, excuse me, and they shall arrive. Guy with Audacity is here and seems like they are ready. So as soon as we get the ready confirmation from both teams, we're going to go straight back in. The timer will be unpaused, folks, and we'll get to see some more Rainbow Six action.
Yep. All you have to do is just wait for Phalanx for the ready confirmation, and when it's done, we'll be able to proceed to round number 2. Just like Jack said, it was a decent start from the side of Team Phalanx, and I can understand it was a 5v4 situation in the end. So having the loss of one player, which was Guy with Audacity, was a bit difficult for them to defend the side. But now, on round number 2, being with the same side, I believe they're going to do it once again. And hopefully Guy with Audacity shouldn't have any more problems from his end. Last time I remember, in the previous round, he used to bring in the Legion, the T5 SMG, with a total of 5 to 6-ish goo mines, which could help them gain information or restricts the attackers from using the sprint ability. But other than that, once again, if I do focus my way towards MRCZ's end, there's a lot of operators that's been changed around, especially Taha. Not making a decision of bringing in the Nook, but instead he'll just opt out bringing in the Lion instead. The EE1D scans that can detect a lot of information, and also Hasib will be the one to bring in Nook. So technically, for the side of Team Phalanx, expect Nook knocking on their doors.
So here's the thing I am interested about in that change. Hasib switched out of the Iana, right? Gemini Replicator and Gone 6, plenty of intel gathering capability. Instead, they have gone for the Nook. FMG, it's a decent gun, pretty alright at what it does, but I would, hazard a guess that the ARX is probably far superior to it. 2 grenades still, so they keep that bit of their utility. But the question is Nook really the operator Hasib wants to play here? Maybe, they're covering for Taha, who played the Nook in the last round, but can't play them this round because, Taha themselves have gone into, Lion, as you can see in these. Oh!
Okay.
Yeah, ouch! Ouch! Yeah, Sherry's gonna be feeling that one in the morning. That's a one tap, and that is your smoke off the board. That's a smoke as well, Baba. That's a big kill right there. No more of those gas canisters for late round denial. And Hasib finds one more. There's Hercules. That's the Nook of Black Stairs. However, Taha goes down as Hasib holds in. The side finds one more. Fatar with another. It's all down to Hussein in a 1v4.
Boy, Hussein 1v4. He needs to find all 4 players of MRCZ. They have all the utilities. They have everything. But Hussein has a Commando 9 and a dream. A dream to succeed this 1v4 and ensure Team Phalanx would win round number 2. And maybe this might be a great start. Oh, never mind. Hasib just comes back with the FMG. Once again, the trade will happen nonetheless. And it will give MRCZ the win that they need. Round number 2 will be theirs, which means it will be 2-0 at the hands of Team MRCZ. And if I have to understand what Hasib was trying to do, mainly it has to do something with countering Valkyrie, because Valkyrie has already placed a lot of cameras at a certain spot that that the attackers don't even know of, right? So since Hasib just used the ability and just went towards the main stairs uncontested and unchallenged. He had found a perfect angle that led Hasib get not one but more than two kills just by using that ability itself. So Valkyrie,
Attackers need to
even
locate
though
and defuse as
the
many bombs
Valkyrie
as they
had
can.
a lot of information on the side. She didn't had the exact idea on where Nook is, and this will be even much more worrying. And that's the reason why you see the side of Team Phalanx, especially guy with Audacity who brought in the Valkyrie, decides to bring in the Legion instead, and Hussein will bring in the Azami. So a lot of covers plus. Even though they won't have a lot of information, at least they'll stop their attack progressions being made with the help of those movements.
I mean, here's the thing, right? The Azami, I'm like I said yesterday with CCV, right? Azami is a very versatile
5 seconds
operator,
to go.
and the fact that she's got such a simple gadget, right? Throw dagger, erect wall, right?
Attackers'
The
objective
fact
is
that
to
she's got
locate a
such a
bomb
simple
and defuse
gadget
it.
really lends to that level of versatility that Azami can enjoy. Same with Sense. Although, the fact that the RU projector kind of rolls one way, you can't really have it be a stationary light wall anywhere, makes it a little less versatile as, uh, unlike Azami's, right? However, it's still very good. It's still very versatile. It's still very nice to combo with other operators for both of these, particular gadgets. And I'm interested to see how Hussein brings up the Azami now with those deployable walls, as it were. However, right now we're going to see the Gemini go straight into Geisha, go through into the hallway between T and Karaoke, but both doors are barricaded off. Interesting right here from Phalanx. That's probably some sort of noise indicator that they want, like, hey, someone's approaching, the door's open, but oh, MI7 goes down. Taha, excuse me, the Jaeger. I accidentally said Taha, forgive me for that. Hercules finds the Twitch. Interesting. Outside on the balcony, I believe that was, and that's not going to be good because the Twitch drones are very, very essential for this take. They need those meat jammers gone if they want to, break open that wall on Office. The wall that has been so contentious for so long. On top of which, you have a couple of players playing down below as well. Shots fired. Ayan knows there's someone here trying to chase them down, sees the Azami, and gets the wall bang as well. That's an LMG. That's too many bullets that you have to contest. And unfortunately for Hussein, they found that one out the hard way.
Yep, prediction at its finest, and Ayan gains one, but does he know
Oh,
that
boy.
there is Legion playing very close? He has no idea! Oh, he's gonna get taken out. Just like that guy with Audacity, an immediate refrag, and he will calmly fall back into the site, knowing that he has dealt a lot of damage. That's looking very good on the side of Team Phalanx's end, but Hasib, can he cover this? He has a lot of grenades, but not a man count because Hercules is looking strong. Once again, a headshot to deny Hasib's position. Now it's only left with two players. Make that one as Davis Vasily comes back. Take out Taha. And now Fathar is left all by himself. He has some information but cannot get the confirmation. A good headshot from his end. But he still needs to find three more players. And he is very low on HP. Claymores has already been placed. Attack drones, he could use him. He could use the attack drones to gain information. But for now he needs to be careful on the positionings. Everyone is playing very closely. One, aka Melusi, does he know exactly where he is? No, it does not. A quick peek is more than enough to claim the win. And round number 3, this time Phalanx will bring back.
That was a good defense from Phalanx right there. I have to agree with you on that one. Overall, good plays from them. And I feel like Guy with Audacity being as mobile as they were, right, in the round was certainly something that helped. The Legion kind of all over the place, a bit of a scurry play right there, a bit of a rat play downstairs as well. Finding the Finca, mind you, that was a big one. And of course, Hercules. No, actually, it was Guy with Audacity who found the first kill onto the Twitch as well. So, all things considered, not a bad round for the Legion right there. Guy with Audacity coming back in strong for their team and bringing themselves a little bit of a step forward in what could still be a equalizer, maybe even a lead later on, depending on how the rounds go. They've put their foot in the door. They've got their first round in. And having that, they're going to be going back to Karaoke and Tea Room. Now, I wouldn't necessarily say that that's still a good idea, given how Karaoke and Tea Room overall went for them. Sure, the Frost pick from Devastating could be good, and maybe keeping the Legion or the Lucy might be a good idea, especially if a certain Hasib gets the idea to play the Nook one more time. However, I would still say, oh, okay, never mind. Just disconnection once again. I feel like it had already happened, right? Whatever had caused the disconnection the first time, or whatever factor caused it this time, had already happened at the end of the round because you saw the pause we called as soon as the round ended, right? So credit where credit is due. Phalanx, kind of called it preemptively so that we didn't have to have the disconnect in like the pick phase and then going into the round and then have a real. See, we've seen that happen before, right?
Mm-hmm.
But to go back to the point that I was saying, I feel like going to the first floor side of Barbecue and Kitchen might actually help them a little bit more because Mercenaries are already used to attacking Karikiti Room. They're already used to going to that side twice now, and they've won. Excuse me, and they've won both times with pretty emphatically, I would say. So sure, you won a round and you've got your confidence in, but the question is, can you hold out and make this next round, round 4, going back to that same site, your own? Um, Most teams aren't really able to unless they're really feeling themselves. So, Phalanx, they probably feel very confident about this, but we'll have to see, in the round itself, how it goes.
Yep, round number 4 will be able to determine whether if Team Phalanx can come back and equalize it 2-2 by winning second floor karaoke and tea room. And maybe that was the main reason why that they had to take a pause tower in the first place, or maybe it had to do something with Guy with Audacity. We have no idea about it, but having this time, I could say Team Phalanx could at least think about it, do on how to dismantle Mercenaries' attack coordination, because most of the time you'd always see them bring in the knock, right, on second floor Karek and Tiro. And because of that one simple operator that can be invisible to any default or any particular cameras that the
Mm.
defenders has, you can literally bypass through of them and just catch the operators off guard. You can do exactly that. That's the power of Nook's ability. And especially having a gun like an FMG plus 2 frag grenades is even much more devastating if it timed right. So thinking about it, I could say that for the side of Team MRCZ, they could win second for karaoke in tea room if unless and until Team Phalanx decides to use this same strategy that they've been using for past 2 rounds. So on round number 4, if they have some kind of a different approach, then maybe it would be a good idea for them to think about it, because most of how MRCZ makes their execute, Hasib or any particular operator who plays as the knock, they would always engage in the main stairs. I'm talking. I'm not talking about the Geisha stairs. I'm talking about the main stairs which connect towards karaoke. That was the place where Nook got control of that site twice in a row. So maybe what I'm thinking, that Team Phalanx would decide to fortify that particular place on the first floor side itself and ensure that any attackers wouldn't get control on that site as fast as possible. Now, it can happen if you bring in some particular defenders, say for an example, Alibi, in which Devastating is already brought out, or you can bring in Wamai. I mean, yes, Wamai could help in giving a lot of protections from deployable shield and the walls that Azami can produce, but all in all, you need to ensure that the attackers wouldn't gain control on drum rooms, the main choke points like drum room, Geisha, and even on second floor Samurai room, in which that's the very important part to be talking about, because that's exactly where the main entry for the attackers arrive in the first place. So, with all that being said, we're just waiting for the teams for the ready up confirmation, and when it is, I believe we still need to wait for Team Phalanx's confirmation though, because when it is, we'll be able to go live and proceed with round number 4 and see what Phalanx has in store for us.
Agreed with you there. This next round is definitely going to be quite interesting, I feel like, for Phalanx. Again, the Alibi, the Legion, definitely good decisions, all things considered. The Azami as well, extra bits of cover here and there, and maybe patching up some sort of breach or something or the other like that is all well and good, and something that they definitely should be looking into. But here's the thing, right? What happened in round number 2 with Hasib playing the Nook was that they just came up those front stairs, or black stairs as I like to call them, right? That used to be the call out way back when as well, during old Skyscraper. Going up those front stairs, Hasib came up there anyway. Like, nobody was watching that this time around. when Taha played the Nook in the first round, that stairs area was actually watched. However, as soon as they in round number 2, as soon as the Lion, I believe that was Taha playing the Lion in round number 2, as soon as they were able to get that one tap into one of the defenders playing on the long angle all the way to the garden terrace over there, dragon room as it were. I feel like they had to reposition and nobody could watch the front stairs, which meant that Phalanx were left with a very, very, very large opening that the Nook took full advantage of. And would you look at that, Hasib has in fact gone back to the Nook. But interestingly enough, actually, he's come up to the office balcony along with everyone else to try and play a more frontal assault role. Roles that you see like Finka or Buck play in these situations, but I am with the Buck as well. A pick that I want to kind of talk about because that's a lot of soft breach right there that they have on their hands. The grenade going out just a smidge too late to be able to catch that defender who peeked out. That was the Azami, I believe, as well. Hussein just about getting away. No damage done, mind you. But that's the thing. It was just a moment where that Azami would have gone down. Guy with Audacity taking a ton of damage in the meanwhile. Shots fired by Ayan. Going in to office now. Inside of the building. Guy with Audacity droned out. Drone will be shot as well. Somehow running away, but seen and taken clean off the board. Taha gets the first kill of the round.
Well, the major downside for MRCZ is that they're losing a lot of attack drones, which means Team Phalanx is working out. That's the only thing, is that the attackers will have less amount of information when they execute on the site, so they need to use their drones carefully, especially on the hands of Taha and MI7, which they are using it efficiently. So again, Ayan contesting the side of Dragon. He's a bit much more afraid that there might be a flank coming in from the side of Phalanx. Will definitely use the walls to immediately reinforce to ensure that the attackers will gain control once again. 1 minute left. MI7 once again slowly creeping up towards the drum room. He kind of feels like he knows exactly where the players are. It's just that he doesn't get the proper confirmation though. Devastating will immediately give away his positioning and also his intentions, knowing that he's at the main stairs. But does he know that there is a flank coming in? Does he though? Nope. Now MI7 will actually drop down. Man, what will be Devastating Zen? Can he succeed? No, it does not. MI7 will gladly claim that kill in the 30-second mark.
30 seconds and less remain, so now it's up to Mercenaries to get in there. They really want to him right about now, but there's the down and kill. Sherry finds MI7. A much needed kill, but here's Fathar with the AK-12. Your average AK-12 enjoy right there, folks. He finds another Hercules down, and there's Hasib to finish off the final kill. That's gonna be, you know, once again, a bit of a late take, but a good take nonetheless, losing only one body in that entire push. Fathar with those 2 kills in quick succession as well. You know, like I said, your average AK-12 enjoyer, folks, you know, they don't wait. They just get kills. They just get in there, get kills left, right, and center. That's exactly what Fathar was up to in that round. A couple of breaches, I believe. We did hear the Selmas going off in other areas, opening up lines of sight and keeping Phalanx completely uncomfortable. Good play from Mercenaries. A bit of a late take, I will give them that. However, starting from the minute 30, they took a minute to set themselves up, and as soon as the mid-stairs alibi was taken care of, they pushed into sight, got the round win. They've made it 3-1 now, and they've made absolutely certain that Phalanx cannot take the lead in the first half, even if they win the next 2 rounds. Phalanx, ideally, they would want to go in a 3-3. But that's the thing, Mercenaries are going to be fighting to make it a 4-2 minimum, and ideally, a 5-1.
Oh, 5-1 will be even more promising for MRCZ. But for Team Phalanx, they need to get their grip back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. But on round number 5, with the site being on barbecue/kitchen site, the things will be a bit much more difficult for the attacker's end. And Hasib, once again, will opt out by bringing in the Nook. Apparently, the Nook plays from Hasib is working quite well for him. For the past 4 rounds, he has a total of 5 kills. And on the end of Fathar, all Fathar has to do is just mainly focus on opening up particular walls and then somehow let the AK-12 do its magic. And that's exactly how it's been working out, and the way how MRCZ has been succeeding in most of their attack round. Let's not forget that this is a map picked by MRCZ, so they know exactly what they're doing and they know exactly what they're trying to do. And once again, Hasib on the prowl. See if he can catch an operator or two lurking around the side of bedroom closet or maybe on the other places. But I do believe that they have to be confirmed, and
Wait.
he needs to be careful though. I believe.
Wait a
they're
minute.
actually in the
Wait a
side.
minute.
Oh, wait a minute. They're actually in the side. I got confused. Taha's already in. They breached the entire side. They have control, and so does Hasib, who's already got control on Sherry. If he just gets one more kill, this will be even much more problematic. MI7 gets one, and so does Taha. Oh boy, that was a quick round. A quick round indeed. All they had to do was just push in from the window and somehow let the Finca enter into the site and clear every single operator that was in the site. Oh man, that is terrifying. I'm not gonna lie. The way how MRCZ are proceeding on the attack side, this is terrifying. Not only if they go up against Team Phalanx, but imagine if they go up against other teams like Kira Esports or Hunters LFO, in which they had lost 3-0 in the grand finals. Imagine them being on map Skyscraper, and imagine MRCZ
Attackers
just
need to locate
dominating
and
the
defuse
entire
bombs.
first half. I think it's a possibility that it can happen.
I feel like that's what MRCZ are also kind of trying to do here. They clearly know what to do in terms of attack for Skyscraper. They are very much. It feels like a fully rehearsed, almost like a play. The way that they're going about this. When I say play, I don't mean like plays, individual plays, like oh good shot or something. I'm talking about like it's almost like a coordinated. Sort of performance that they're putting on here that they've been rehearsing for so long, and it's actually really good to see. Skyscraper you see every now and again in the region, but when it comes to this map, a lot of it becomes scrambles, a lot of it becomes helter-skelter situations where it's like everybody's moving, everybody's doing this and that. But with MRCZ there's a very concerted effort to coordinate. Like for instance, the last round, you had the nuke coming in from the long, from all the way across the map, horizontal pressure from Hasib, understandably so. However, look at it the other way. You had the Finca, and you had, I don't exactly remember who exactly it was. It was either the Ace or the Iana coming along with the Finca, who was pressuring within the site's bounds, and before long, inside the site as well, that Finca was on the highway to hell, but they never got to hell. They got to the round win instead. I know, corny joke, folks. That's what we're here for. That's what the B&B show is, folks. But right now, Hussein, minor damage done. Not really sure exactly to what. Sherry will be spotted on the drone as well. They know full well now that horizontal pressure is something that Nook is doing so well. They need to stop this player, Hasib, in their tracks right now. If they don't, the rounds will be lost again and again. It's a 4-1 already, mind you. So 5-1 is very much a possibility at this point. As Hercules will hold inside of the lounge bar, MI7 will go down top of the front stairs. That's Sherry with the first blood of the round.
Yep, first blood is exactly what Phalanx wants to do if they have to survive round number 6. The information being gained from Taha's holograms, they'll be able to detect exactly where Legion's location is. Now their main priority, or should I say their main focus, should be to eliminate Hercules and Sherry as best as possible, or else this execute will be even much more tougher for them to deal with. Fatar currently has a diffuser in hand, which means that if Hussein wins this, I believe he has the information. He was checking through the drone, but I don't think Fatar knows this exactly. Or does he though? He's still waiting. He's still patiently trying to understand the way how Team Phalanx have been coordinating. And did I just hear a pre-play C4? Yeah, I think I have. There's a pre-play C4. And they're just patiently waiting once again. Meanwhile, on the other hand, we see Guy with Audacity take out Ayan. Yet another important operator down on the mix. And the C4 from Hussein. Okay, now I just realized why Hussein was looking at the cam for a very long time. He gets to succeed to take out one more player, which leads to Taha and Hasib left in a 2v5 situation. Taha will succeed first to take out Sherry. The nade peak, will that connect to any particular operators? No, it just gets caught off from the ADS, which means that they don't have a lot of time to proceed in towards the site. It looks like this attack has not worked out too well at the hands of MRCZ, and looks like Ian has been caught out. He knows exactly the side of Team Phalanx exactly knows where Taha's location is. So he needs to make his shots count. Stung by the Legion's goo mine, and okay, two
then.
kills just with a single peek will give the win for Phalanx, ending the first half on a 4-2. Okay. And I did not expect to see that happen. Round number 7, 4-2 will be the scoreline favoring the side of Team MRCZ.
Okay. Not too shabby for Phalanx on the defense. I will give them that. Exhibition Office seemed like their best side by far. Right. They looked so comfortable on the side. They had their rooms on basement, not basement, first floor. They had, the lurk all over the place. They were very mobile as well. Something Mercenaries just simply could not keep up with. Regardless of what they tried, they were not able to keep up with the mobility displayed
Attackers need to
by
locate and
Team
defuse
Phalanx.
bombs.
Mercenaries were very much in it to win it in that round as well, but they simply could not keep up. However, it's a 4-2 in their favor. They have 2 rounds of leeway before Phalanx equalizes it if they are to lose 2 rounds back to back. Mercenaries on the defense on Skyscraper is something of a bit of an interesting topic. I do think that they might be able to take enough rounds to actually win it, but it also depends on Phalanx's attack, given that Phalanx is currently on the attack, right? They are going to be bringing the heat to the Mercenaries defense. How far they'll be able to take it, again, it really depends on how they're feeling. Because I'm sure, oh dear me, that is a disconnection from Hasib's side. We do know for a fact, so for anyone wondering, what's up with all the disconnections lately, several parts of the South Asian region are currently undergoing, a bit of an issue with their electrical infrastructure, which has led to tons of power cuts and tons of issues like this. It's a bit unfortunate, Shaheens were also very much affected by it, yesterday. That's why we had big rehosts like we did. And I feel like Guy with Audacity might have something of a similar problem. Hasib definitely. I remember on Twitter, Hasib was talking about power outages and supposed maintenance times and whatnot that were announced to them in their part of the region. So, yeah, I mean, that's probably one of the reasons why the disconnection happened right there. Again, just kind of putting it out there for everyone wondering. It's kind of been a whole thing lately. However, wait, is that MI7 with a potential run out? Yeah, he's got it set up. Look at that. Double tap on the window. Got all of those sneaky setups ready here to make an aggro play. However, I think that they've realized that things are not going to be going their way should they go for those jump outs. They've gone back to the site instead and are holding in there. That's Fatar as well. Again, a little bit of horizontal presence is there, but is that an alibi on first floor by the office bedroom stairs? Yes, there is, but Fatar's going to find the first one and walk away with the diffuser drop, no less. That's big. That is big right there. Hercules on the floor.
There goes your summer breach charges, and Daha immediately realizes that there is a Claymore, so it's best for him to not engage, but also needs to be careful on those gunfights. Oh boy! 2 kills at the hands of Phalanx, which means MRCZ is in big trouble because there's only 2 players left. MI7 only has the C4 to deny it at the right time, and so does Ayan, who's just patiently waiting for the attackers to arrive in towards the drum room. Now Ayan needs to be careful because he's caught out from the attack drones, and Team Phalanx doesn't want to waste any time. They want to get control, and that control is going to cause Ayan to get devastating. They have the confirmation on where exactly the diffuser is, and maybe they can play to it accordingly. Once again, this is not looking too good. Hussein comes back to take out MI7. That was a really great headshot with the F2, but Ayan, oh man, he's going to miss a lot of shots, and he's going to give Hussein the chance and also a time for Team Phalanx to open up, make their opening lines of sight. Oh, good shot, 1v2. Can this happen? No! A trade. A trade is what is going to give Team Phalanx the win. That was almost a clutch.
Almost.
Imagine if he did succeed. Maverick would have been eliminated right then and there itself because he needs to have cover from his own team, but man, that was so close. And imagine if Hussein did get caught out, that round would have been MRCZ's at a 4v5 situation. But man, all in all, I have to say, great work from Hussein, eliminating the main target out of the place. They focused on pushing in towards drum room with a specific split push being made both from Dragon Stairs and also from the terrace side, and also the push was almost a bit flawed. But in the end, it did work out well for the attacker side. 4-3, round number 8. But still, we just have to get a pause because we need to wait for the players on the side of MRCZ, aka Hasib, to come back into the game and proceed to the site, exhibition room / office in round number 8.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's again similar situation to what happened with Guy with Audacity not too long ago, disconnecting right there, and there we go. Hasib has reconnected as well. Good stuff for them, and Mercenaries are immediately ready. So it looks like there will not be too much of a delay in play, folks. We're going straight back to exhibition and office room on the second floor. This, of course, is one of the things I really like about Mercenaries. They change sites as soon as any problem starts up. You know, they're going to a site, right? And say they lose the site. It doesn't matter what map they're on, they will go to the alternate site immediately. They do not
Attackers
want to
need to
mess around
locate and
and
defuse
give away
bombs.
rounds where they simply do not need to. And that, of course, has helped them in many situations, because it's like, okay, we got that site, and then you think they will definitely probably go to a second site, but you kind of want them to go back to that first site as well, maybe hand you another win. Mercenaries simply won't do that. They'll bring out a different idea, different sort of playstyle, different sort of strat for a different site entirely, and then give themselves a chance, a very good chance at that, of winning another round. That's what they're trying to do here. And the operator picks are pretty good, all things considered. Hasib with the Frost. Now that is a pick that we've been seeing more and more often as of late when it comes to the side of Skyscraper. And kind of overall, I feel like Frost has also, you know, similar to Capcan, kind of crept back into the meta as more and more attackers are becoming, you know, slightly more aggressive type, slightly more, you know, in your face, as it were, pushing in to places that traps would probably benefit you better rather than getting everyone who can gather intel. But it's a good mix that we're seeing here. You have the denial from Ion bringing in the Wamai, you have the intel from Fatar and Taha, you have the intel denial from MI7, and you have the trap from Hasib. Okay, interesting. Hussein peeking the shrine balcony window right now. Shot was fired, and oh no, Taha a little bit aggressive on the play there, trying to get a kill. Instead, will get killed. Fatar also taking some damage right there on what could be a very early, and not only that, a very good entry for Hussein.
Yep. This site, second floor exhibition room / office, will be even a tougher job for MRCC to defend, because not only that they lost Taha on that particular place at the hands of Hussein, they're now trying to figure out a way to gain entrance to that particular building. Grenades from Sherry, hoping that he would get a kill or two, but unfortunately that grenade will come at no value. But they have to open up the walls. You still have the Maverick blowtorch already being used and disposed of the mute jammer, so they shouldn't have any much more problems to open up that particular line of sight. But they'll be met with an angry Frost who is going to give them a chilling experience on the side of the attackers.
You really had to go there, didn't you?
Located a bomb.
And there we go. Hasib's gonna find the first one. That's Guy with Audacity off the board. And that's a good start as well. That is your Finka gone. So the late round push, well, late round I say, the execute will no longer have the advantage of that LMG, and those heals will not be in play anymore. You have the pings coming in. Grenade from below might come through. Sherry will not find anyone. Instead, that will be the cue that, hey, there's somebody down below. You guys might want to check this out. More shots fired and still no damage to any of the defenders. That's not good right there. Sherry trying to be a bit of a nuisance from down below, a bit of a menace with that gun that the Maverick has. However, not quite there yet. No dice on that play decision, as Phalanx are kind of struggling with the entry into the site. They've got the breach done, but no one's actually tried to aggress on the breach just yet. They know how hard it's being watched, as this Maverick is just getting calls and trying. But here's Ion coming in, finding, devastating. Hercules, in the meanwhile, knows full well that the door's about to be peaked. There goes a smoke, 1 and 2, and the shots will be fired as soon as the smoke goes off. There we go. Hasib will find that. Hussein down. There's another, and there's the Pog Mat. There we go. What a way to finish off the round. Bedroom stairs. This one's been sitting cold for so long and gets warm thanks to the leg of the Maverick being torn clean open thanks to that one. Now then, Mercenaries, 5-3. Exhibition Office really seems to be a defender favorite side today, as we will now move to Karaoke and Tea Room once again.
Yep, at the Battle of Fire and Ice, meaning Maverick being the fire and Frost being the ice, we all know who exactly won that in round number 8. It was the ice cold Hasib to win it out on round number 8. And I gotta say, the
Attackers need to
way
locate
how
and
Team
defuse the
Phalanx took
bombs
their
if they
time and Sherry, who's just constantly shooting right from below, I'm not quite sure if it was a good idea. Maybe he could have brought in Devastating because Devastating already had 2 frag grenades. He could have, called him and said, hey, there is one guy who's playing on that particular angle. How about you come downstairs and I will provide you protection. In that way, maybe that grenade would have at least got a kill or 2 from their end. So, all in all, it didn't work out too well, and Hasib is just at the end of the execution. He knows exactly what to do. He knows what kind of execute was going to happen,
5 seconds
and that
remaining.
perfect placement of that Frost Mat Trap clearly
objective
gave
is to
us
locate a bomb and
a
defuse it.
good show for us. Round number 8, beautifully done. MRCZ will succeed this defensive round on Exhibition Room / Office. Hopefully for Team Phalanx, they shouldn't take a lot of time when it comes to executing the side. They did open up the wall without having any problems. They did get the early peak thanks to Hussein taking out Taha, where he was playing as the alibi in the previous round. But on round number 9, if they want to make a play, they have to make it in round number 9. They have to figure out a way to dismantle their defenses until it is too late.
Until it is too late. Well, it's probably going to be if they take too long in this round. But that's the thing. Time is always of the essence. And a team like Phalanx will definitely know exactly what to do here. I do like the IQ pick right there from Devastating. Finding those Val cams is going to be very important. Nearly had the headshot on one of the defenders right there, as it were. However, not quite. Oh, the run out, the run out, the run out. There it is. Ayan's gonna find a big one. That is Sherry off the board. Big pre-fire right there. Drone, I barely know him. And MI7 is gonna find one more. That's got with Audacity off the board. That leaves Hercules and Hussein in a terrible situation because it's just a 2v5. How do you even go about this? And even then, Taha goes down to a Claymore that Hussein put down not too long ago, but Fathar got the kill anyway. And it's just all down in the dumps for this attack team right now. MI7 finishing off the final kill. It is, without question, the Mercenary show, folks. And just to clarify, when I say that, drones, I barely know them, is that Wamai running out. There was a drone on their feet, right? And another drone that came to see exactly if there was going to be another run out. But even then, there is no stopping MRCZ when they get rolling like this. It's 6-3. Mercenaries in a strong lead. Map point.
Yep, map point 6-3, and again, folks, I do have to apologize if I chuckled a lot, especially with the wordplay that Jack had made. Drones,
man.
I barely know him.
Hey,
Nice
I
rhyming,
didn't-
Jack. Nice
hey,
rhyming. I like
Attackers
it.
need to locate
I
and
didn't
defuse
study
as
English
many
for
bombs
2
as they
years, so
can.
to not use that knowledge,
Yeah, true fact. Man, I kind of like that word. Phew. I mean, what Phalanx really didn't expect is the sheer aggressiveness that they
Oh,
showed,
yeah.
especially from Vomai's end.
You could
My
say
goodness. Yeah, go ahead.
you could say that Wamai play was devastating.
Yes.
Hmm.
It was devastating indeed. What a wonderful performance from Vomai.
The
Triple kill.
audacity.
Ah,
10 seconds
I
left
guess I
before
have
insertion.
the power of Hercules in my hand.
There you go. I was waiting for you to
That's
do one. Yeah.
I didn't know if it worked out way too well, but I gotta say, when it comes to getting an early peaks or trying to get adaptations, I gotta say, Hercules has been doing a lot of great job. The same thing I can say to Hussein as well. The early peaks were working out too well in this favor, but when it comes to the execute, when it comes to them removing players out of the equation, the challenges, they're not winning the challenge gunfights, that they could not however try to remove one of the players, because if they do try to figure out to eliminate one of the players, another one would come back and they would make an attempt for a trade. This has been happening for the past 7 to 8 rounds, and it's been very difficult for the attackers on the side of Team Phalanx to see whether if they can succeed a single attack round. They evidently did so on round number 7, but the rest of those 3 rounds is even much more difficult to for Team Phalanx to deal with. So hopefully, by having the control on Gaisha, it shouldn't be much of a problem for Hercules to defend, as he is the son of Zeus after all. But Ion C4 to take out Guy with Audacity will give them even much more problems. A good nade though from Sherry this time. It will succeed to take out Taha. But look at the damage. Look at the damage that Team Phalanx have already done. 4v4. MI7 is still alive with those yokai drones, which means that they have constant information, and that instant information is going to put Ion run out. Okay. He takes out one, the Frostmat trap.
Okay,
he
then.
takes out Hussein. There's only 2 players left. What is happening? The line of sight from Hussein. This is.
It's over.
It's
a wrap.
over. It's
a wrap. It's a wrap.
The entire defensive site is. I'm puzzled. They cannot solve the puzzle at all, Jack. It is undefeatable. That is how strong MRCZ is defending on Skyscraper, and I have to say, this is like a statement here, folks. This is a statement of MRCZ. They are angry that they've lost their grand finals, and they are here to get their revenge back in the playoffs.
I like how in the replay we could see just Ion going for a stroll out in the middle of nowhere. Jumps out, gets the kill, knows full well that the Frostmat has caught the Finka. Zero issues, unbothered, unbothered, moisturized in his lane, thriving. That's what Ion was in that one moment right there, I swear. But
yeah,
go on. No,
and also, the last one, when Ion saw the claymores, I barely know him.
Yeah, basically, just completely took out the. I mean, you have to have that level of awareness, right?
Yeah,
going into the site from a far peak like that, from a run out as well. But standard awareness aside, really well done. Mercenariez very aggro on Skyscraper. I like that. I think they kind of realized that Phalanx didn't really know how to go about Skyscraper in and of itself, because Phalanx were giving away too many 1v1s in general in the map. We'll see that in the highlights going in to them right now. Talking about the match a little bit more. I feel like Phalanx didn't quite have an idea how to counter MRCZ on this map, on Skyscraper. Definitely a good idea from the Mercenariez team to pick Skyscraper, because again, while it's a map that gets played often, a lot of it is scrambles, a lot of it is 1v1s. It's not really like the kind of coordinated effort that we see that Mercenariez pulled off today. Sure, a couple of rounds still went the way of Phalanx, specifically 2 defensive rounds on Exhibition Office, and then the first attack round in round number 7. But even then, it just simply wasn't there. They were all over the place. They gave away too many 1v1s in too many situations. And even when they looked good, it was in very few moments that were very far between. And kind of just, kind of taken to town by Mercenariez. I gotta say, Villa is, Phalanx's pick, and Mercenariez have been a little bit here and there on Villa sometimes, but it's a map that they know very well, almost like the back of their hand. So again, it's not like they're gonna have too much of a bad time on Villa unless Phalanx is able to step up significantly. And I feel like the reasoning for Phalanx to go Villa was that, okay, we're going to play Skyscraper, a map that we don't really know per se. Mercenariez have brought this out, so let's go to a map that we really know very well and that we've shown that we can win here. So let's go there and let's try and take the map back from them. Maybe go to map number 3, whatever that is. Map number 3, of course, being Clubhouse, a map that everyone knows at this point. I mean, no shame in admitting that. Clubhouse and Oregon are just universally known maps. And I feel like that's also why Oregon was banned, because Mercenariez knows that Phalanx knows Oregon. Phalanx knows that Mercenariez knows Oregon. Why take the risk on who could or couldn't win? Ban it outright. Go to the map that you know the best. And there we go. There was that moment that we were talking about. Drones, we barely know them. That was, of course, Ion. Now that I look at it, going absolutely ham. And then Ion again with a stroll, just a little stroll out in the sunlight on Skyscraper, enjoying the beautiful scenery of Japan as well. I mean, why wouldn't you, right? It's a pretty place. Nice skies and nice views and everything. If you don't count the pollution, that is. Very smoggy out there. But let's look at the summary for the map. For this map number 1 here, Hasib far and ahead the leader of the kills, at least 12-2 with a 78% KOST and a 90% KOST to Ion with an 8-3.
Man, look at the scoreboard itself. MRCZ, man, they are very strong on map Skyscraper. So expect a lot of Skyscraper maps being brought up at the hands of MRCZ because they are prepped and ready. But talk about Team Phalanx's side, I kind of feel like that they were unprepared. But hopefully, we're not out of it just yet, folks. Map number 2 is Team Phalanx's map pick, Villa. And since, just like Jack said, familiarity is exactly what Team Phalanx wants to do, and they will make their final count on Map Villa. It can happen. I still have faith for Team Phalanx. I mean, when it comes to, problems, yes, it happens most of the time, but in the end, it always comes back when you find an opportunity. At this point, the entire second half, MRCZ was like, here, I'm giving you all 5 Rubik's Cubes. Now, fix them, or should I say, complete the Rubik's Cube within 3 minutes. That's exactly what happened at the second half. And unfortunately, Team Phalanx took way too much time on it, and we all know what exactly happened on that end result. Now, talk about the first map, 7-3. MRCZ will succeed on map Skyscraper at their own map pick. And now, we need to see whether if MRCZ can succeed map Villa being on Team Phalanx's map pick. I still have hopes and dreams for Team Phalanx that they can succeed in the second map, and I'm pretty sure that they will give a tough competition to the best of the region, and that is MRCZ. They're the Titans after all.
I gotta agree with you on that one. Mercenaries are absolute titans of the region. That goes without saying. Phalanx definitely has a big uphill battle, and we'll see whether or not they're able to bring it back on Villa and maybe potentially take us to Clubhouse, map number 3 decider. Until then, a short break. Stay tuned. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Esports Club Pro Series, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, with our broadcast partner Loco for Rainbow-Six-Siege. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Babagusta, as we are back for map number 2 of match number 4 of day number 2 of qualifier number 1 of the Pro Series Edition 2. Lots of numbers, plenty of data in that one sentence right there, as we will go into map number 2, which is Villa. MRCZ versus Phalanx is currently the match that is ongoing. And it was a 7-3 on Skyscraper. MRCZ absolutely steamrolling Phalanx, shutting them down left, right, and center. And now going to Villa. Phalanx have had a bit of a break. They've had a breather. They've gotten time to get that bottle of water. Excuse me once again. As we will move into number 2. I mean, at this point, there's no full transparency. There is no, hidden jokes or puns. I'm going straight for the killing blow with these. So the B&B show is going to kick it a full as we will go into Villa in just a short second here. We hope you're ready.
Oh yes, I really can't wait, Jack. Map number 2, MRCZ on attack, Phalanx on defense, back again. But the map will be on Villa. It always comes down to this. MRCZ is just one map away to proceed into the playoffs, whereas Team Phalanx can get this match back around. So what will be their bans? Will it be the same standard bans as we see, Thatcher and a Valkyrie, or will it be something else, like a targeted ban? Maybe banning Nook, or maybe a Twitch, it can happen, but no. Standard bans it is. Thatcher will be eliminated, poor Mike Baker, but in the end, it is what it is.
I just love how yesterday Thatcher got one map of play in the Hunter Shaheen's match, and that's it. That's it. Everyone's tired of him already. He's gone. Thatcher off the board, and Nomad will be the ban, second ban of the map. Understandably so. Given everything, I'm not surprised that Nomad has been banned here. Villa is a map that, really thrives on flank play, on a couple of runouts maybe, and a lot of rotates, a lot of movement. And in Villa, if you're not doing all of that, movement, rotating, flanking your enemies whenever you can, well, you're kind of playing the map wrong, I feel like. Phalanx definitely, was on the, shall we say, the firing end of that barrel. A couple of weeks ago, I feel like, either in the Community Cup or last Pro Series, they had a massive issue with watching their flanks on Villa, and they ended up struggling quite hard because of it. So the Nomad ban for Mercenariez, is probably geared towards that. They probably came in doing their homework. Mira and Kaid, on the other hand, no electrified walls unless a bandit is going to be in play. It might be Phalanx might decide to go for that. And Mira, of course, at this point, we all know exactly why. Any given map, in the competitive map pool, Mira is really strong in it. She's just a universally really strong operator. One of those that changed the game when she came out. So it's understandable that the Mira has been banned. With that being said, we're going to be moving into round number 1. Second floor Aviator and Games Room is the site of choice with a Montaigne in play. That is very interesting, I got to say. Excuse me for the hard R on the very. I don't know what came over me there. But Hasib with the Montaigne, I got to say, that's probably going to have Phalanx sweating a little bit. Never mind, he's going to go into the... Okay, never mind. I thought we were going to get a reprieve from the Finca for one round. One round is all I ask for. But not tonight, folks.
Well, at first we thought the Mountain would be in play, but unfortunately it just got swapped out of Finca because we need more of the Surge. Get more control on the side, you need Adrenal Surge. I said Surge in short.
No, not that. Look at what he's playing. He's actually gone into Jackal.
Okay, now that is interesting. A Jackal pick coming in from the side of a sieve. Interesting. Maybe he will see whether if he could find players like Hussein or Sherry, because that should be their main target priority. I really hope that Hussein and Sherry should be ready about this, because talk about map Skyscraper, Wasn't looking so good. Okay, Taha's actually in. He's actually in from the hallway side. Devastating. Does he know this? No, it does not. Oh boy, that is so infuriating. Oh, this is so painful to watch. Taha already 3 kills and Team Phalanx. They just don't know what to do. Oh man, that has got to be painful. But Hussein and Sherry are still alive, which means that MRCZ haven't completed their task just yet. My goodness, Taha, what a devastating blow.
Absolutely, Taha. You know, the 3 kills that Hercules got with Audacity and Devastating, definitely big blow right there. But not only has Taha gone down since, but also MI7 the Twitch, thanks to Hussein the Valkyrie being as proactive and aggressive as they were towards the red landing and, of course, red stairs landing, excuse me, and bedroom that they were just a second ago, falling back into the site, leaving 90 and the landing area to be overwatched by the Malusi, you know, slowing down the pace of the game, because otherwise, if given, you know, the chance, Taha would have turned it into a full flawless, but it's not going to be that just yet, because there's another kill. Fathar on the floor. What just happened? The initial burst from the side of Mercenaries, and now they're in a 1v2. It's all down to Ayan. Wait a minute. Hussein and Sherry, they've just turned this around. This is big right here. I definitely feel like losing those 2 bodies on the bedroom and landing side were not something that Mercenaries would have wanted. In the vault right now is one trying to peek. Should be able to see. Oh, wait, he's going for the plant right now. That's probably a C4 bait. Yes, it is. Gonna go straight in. The C4 is gonna connect as well. Could not find the target in time. And Hussein, what is that, a triple? I think a triple or a quad kill, one of the two, is going to be the one to win the round. That was a 2v5 that we just saw get clutched, folks. Phalanx starting off strong. Not only, you know, after what Taha just did, the Amaru effective, but only in the early round.
Man, what a recovery. I gotta applaud to Team Phalanx. Man, 2v5, and they have managed to pull off a successful recovery. That Taha, man, at the early peak itself, already 3 players were downed, and for a moment I thought MRCZ had things under control, but turns out they did not. Hussein and Sherry was still alive, and Hussein is the one who will get a total of 3 kills from his end, followed up with Sherry having 2. So, man, what a turnaround, and I gotta say, what a play from Team Phalanx to succeed in their hold. And I'm pretty sure that MRCZ will not do the same thing just like they did on round number 1. So they're just going to tone it down a bit. Round number 2, he's going to play it patiently and just play accordingly. See whether if they can get a control or 2 on nearby. Maybe on second floor master bedroom or on first floor kitchen. The usual stuff. But it always comes down to the way how they will pick up the operators. Once again, MI7 with the Twitch. Taha with the Flores. And let's see how well MRCZ will proceed in round number 2. Okay, run out from Hercules, an attempt, but he will fail, falls back safely, and ensures he doesn't get picked out in the process.
That was a big one. That was an attempt from Hercules to try and get an early kill or 2 on the garage spawn side of things, but not to be for Phalanx. But they're still down below, mind you. Hercules is still here, trying to make a play of potentially a first floor hold. They're the C4 player as well, it seems. Guy with Audacity and Hussein also have the C4s of their own, which will be used up elsewhere, as you have the Twitch drone and the Flores drones to take care of tons of utility inside of the site. There is a mute in play, mind you. Guy with Audacity has brought in the mute, but Devastating is going to be the one to find Ayan. That is the IQ of the board. That's big. All that defender utility that the IQ could take out, conceivably from the first floor even, is no longer going to be in harm's way. So that's a big first blood right there, as Phalanx have started off pretty strong, I would say.
Reloaded.
Yep, pretty strong. Taking out the IQ will still help the defenders to conceal their mute jammers and other utilities. But their job's not done yet. They still need to find a way to deflect, or should I say maintain, the attackers from gaining control on second floor bedroom. And looks like Guy with Audacity gets caught off in that process. The confirmation is in, but it's at the hands of Hercules this time, taking out Fathar into his astronomy side. Looking good. A grenade to see whether if he can flush out the player Hercules, but no, he'll be safe. Here comes the adrenal surge. Good amount of damage, and also Taha with the explosive drone to see whether if he can force Hercules to fall back, see whether if he can change an angle or two so that he can succeed in the gunfight. But Taha will actually miss that gunfight once again. Sherry will succeed. Now it's a 2v5 with a minute left on the clock.
Really unfortunate right about now, as it's all down to MI7 and Hasib one piece. Not a single defender body has fallen to the floor yet. And despite the Finka being alive, and despite a gun like the F2 still being available, it simply has not worked. And there's the C4 from Hussein. You have the Valkyrie cameras in tow for all the intel in the world. And now it's all down to the lone Finka. Finds one. That was a double peek right there. Could have found a second as well. Still Hussein off the board. Not too bad. Finds a second. Okay. 24 seconds on the clock, though. Gone 6 in hand, so not exactly a secondary, you want for aggression. As they're going to try and find one more, but no, here's the shots. There's the revive. They don't know that the down was there. And Hasib has picked himself back up, but that's the thing. Where can they really even go from here? They're going to come approaching the bedroom door, window, excuse me, and going to get taken out as a result. Sherry gets that kill. Phalanx actually firing back really well right about now. And I mean, it's understandable. Villa is a defender-sided map, and Phalanx a defender first. So they're going to want as many rounds as possible to go their way before they have to, face the music of Mercenariez' defense. And they know full well that Mercenaries will do everything in their power on the attacking half. So they're doing everything they can here and now to make sure that MRCZ has to fight for any round that they get to win.
And for MRCZ, this will be a tough round for them because they just lost 2 attack rounds. Round number 1, which was supposed to be theirs, but somehow couldn't contain the control of Hussein and Sherry. Now they're looking very strong. 4 kills from Sherry, 4 kills from Hussein. And talk about on the side of team MRCZ, only 2 kills, actually 3 on the side of Taha. But this time, being the side on first floor kitchen and dining, you have Pulse with the cardiac sensors. Now for MRCZ, I believe the main course of action is to remove the player giving information. So definitely opt out from the OSA to the IQ. Having the information on the Pulse is crucial because if the defenders know exactly what kind of positions that you're playing, and all they have to do is just give a yellow ping, that's more than enough. An attempt of spawn peek from Hercules once again. Let's see if that works out from the Fontaine spawn. Can he get a kill or 2, or will Hussein go aggressive once again from the window side of second floor master bedroom? No, it does not. A failed attempt. Barricades fall back into safely. And interesting enough, all 3 players are a bit much more aggressive. They thought that maybe if they get a spawn peek or 2, maybe they could deal a lot of damage on MRCZ's attack coordination, but they are too attentive. They are too, let's just say, focused on what they're trying to do. So things will be a lot difficult knowing that the Pulse will give such instant information. So they need to be careful and to remove that particular player this instant.
Absolutely, but it looks like we're going to have Hercules get taken care of very early in the round. That is Taha taking the kill. The Iana coming in early with a good one as well. That is the Jaeger finding himself on the floor for the 3rd round in a row now. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. More shots fired on the red stairs, and the call will be given. And hey, there's someone red stairs. You guys might want to help me out here. And there was Ian right there for just a second, but looks like red stairs is an aggressor, has fallen back. So verticality will now be set up along with the lines of sight into Memorial from the top floor. And, you have the IQ still searching for the Pulse. And any second now, we could have that kill come out. C4 goes out, but Ayan is safe. Minimal damage done to that sledge right there that can be healed up very quickly by the Finka. That's what the Finka's there for, heal up any and all damage. Sherry going in with the cardiac sensor, as it were, but okay, Taha not taking any prisoners today, but they will go down as the C4 comes out from Sherry, making it a 4v3.
Information is still present for the defenders, and Hussein is just desperately trying to get that kill. He will succeed it nonetheless. Audacity. Man, that double peek is going to hurt them a lot. Vertical lands aside from Ian will get that peek. And now it's Hussein and Sherry back again to succeed in a 2v3. Can they do it again? Sherry has been tagged a lot. So does Hussein at the hands of Athar. And now the Pulse, the Lone Ranger, will get taken out of the hands of Ayan once again. MRCZ, they have enough of it. They are not going to let that off that easily, folks. Round number 3 will be at their hands. And despite Phalanx's best efforts to hold their ground, despite them having a lot of information from the Pulse's cardiac sensors, the C4 guaranteed to get at least a kill, still wasn't enough to contain the situation that MRCZ is going through. Round number 4 will commence with the side being on second floor AVG, and I believe Team Phalanx's main attempts is to get a spawn peak. If they get a successful spawn peak by taking out at least 1 or 2 players, maybe removing hard breaches off the board like Fatar or Hasib should be their main priority. So there was 2 times where I saw Hercules go in for a fountain spawn peak. 2 of them neither succeeded. We even saw Sherry with the spawn peak as well from the window side of Red Stairs hallway. And we also saw a run out from the window side of second floor master bedroom. So there was 3 players focusing on a single spawn peak fountain side, hoping that they would catch an operator or 2. And of course, when it comes to a map like Villa, most of the attackers would technically spawn on the fountain side. So C4 throws, normal spawn peaks like Hercules is very much common, but it always comes down to the results. If they succeed in peaking, or should I say eliminating the players out, then that means at the entirety of the round, the attackers would be in a lot of difficulties that they have to focus through at the mid rounds itself.
I think more than just that, and oh, that spawn peak from Sherry could have actually worked had they held it for just a second longer. But, you know, more than just that, Mercenaries in the last round, what they did really well is they matched aggression for aggression. They saw Phalanx being very aggressive in their playstyle, and they thought, you know what? You're going to do this. We're going to fight fire with fire right now. Aggression coming in. And sure, you could argue that Taha in the first round was very aggressive with the Amaru, and while you would be correct, it was just the one player, you know, the standard Amaru main business. There was no follow-up from that, which was the issue that MRCZ had, in that they weren't fast enough to, you know, come and follow through with what Taha had just done, ending up losing the round, as in the meanwhile, Ayan's grenade is going to find one, only to get found on the first floor. Sherry on the flank, not the flank, the roam, is going to be able to take that trade very quickly, as 2 SAS brothers have found themselves on the floor. Hercules finds one more, that's Fatar. The breacher gone, but a breach has happened, as you can hear the summer breaches going off on the walls.
They have to pick up the diffuser nonetheless, and Hasib needs to ensure that he doesn't get picked off in the process. Still, there's a lot of players on the side of Team Phalanx still defending. Barricades been placed from Sherry to ensure none of those flanks would appear on the hands of Team MRCZ. Explosive utilities being used to break lines of sight, and here comes the equalizer from Taha, not only to get traded out of the hands of Sherry. Can he succeed the third frag? Yes, he does. Triple kill for him as he takes out MI7, which leads to Hasib downed and out at the hands of Hussein, and Team Phalanx will fling back once again 3-1. And in round number 5, things will be even a lot more tougher for MRCZ, because they're slowly losing their grasp in the first half itself.
Something is definitely going wrong for Mercenaries here. Their attack is all over the place. They're giving away 1v1s, especially in that last round. And I feel like what they really would have liked is for that Amaru Rush round 1 to have worked out. But Phalanx, given that they won the 2v5, they will be absolutely feeling themselves right now. And Mercenaries definitely looking far worse for the same reasons, in that they gave away that 2v5. It's not to say that they threw or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they should have won it. That round was theirs to win and theirs to ultimately lose, should they have played the way that they did. And well, they did. They lost the round. That's what we saw, right? So now, going into round number 5, it's a 3-1. Mercenaries, best they can do is make it a 3-3, go into the defensive half and try to win it with Villa's defender-sided nature in their back pockets. But even then, it will be difficult. Phalanx knows this. That's why they're trying as hard as they can to take a big lead here and now. If they can put MRCZ in the blender going into the MRCZ defensive half, then there's a good chance that Phalanx wins it. But they have to get there first. It's a 3-1. It's not a 4-1 nor a 5-1. It's a 3-1. 2 rounds for Mercenaries to win, and they very well could do it. Which means a 3-3 half, and Mercenaries reset the clock to give themselves an opportunity to win this match by pulling everything that they could, every single stop that they can in that second defensive half. They'll be looking forward to that one, but right now they're going to be looking forward to winning this round, which is the most important part of this entire endeavor. Long angle being peaked right about now. That's Sherry, but minimal damage done to both Taha and Sherry. As the counter peaks are coming in, Taha's is watching, tapping away. Sherry as well, watching the main stairs, trying to make sure nobody gets the sneak up from behind. And nobody's going to just yet. Phalanx is holding. And one thing I will say, we did comment on the fact that their, overall flank watch had struggled in their previous big outing on Villa. Seems like this time around, at least for their defense, they're doing it much, much better.
Yeah, it's a different case scenario, especially on a map like Villa, and going up against Team MRCZ, putting themselves in a good lead, 1-3. They won't continue to add much more pressure on round number 5. For Thar, he's not wasting any time at all. He has the diffuser in hand, so he needs to be careful when it comes to engaging those important gunfights. Because if he loses this, if he loses up against Hussein, Sherry, or any other players on the side of Team Phalanx, then things would not go out well in their favor. Attack drones need some information, and this is what I was mainly afraid of. Hasib with an important prank. Bringing in the knock is going to catch Hussein off guard, which means that he was currently trying to get some information, but oh boy, Fathar is already in towards the astronomy side. He might be able to take out one of the players, C4, to take out MI7, and devastating is off. Fathar, he's deep within the site, but does he know that there is a guy with audacity playing from downstairs? Maybe he can. But it's a 1v3. He will succeed in taking out Ayan, but unfortunately Taha knows exactly what's happening. Takes out the final player, and MRCZ will fling back, winning round number 5. And the main cause that I was really much worried about for Team Phalanx was Hasib, because he had the Nook. And Valkyrie, I know for the fact, I mean, the main reason why I know this is because whenever there's Valkyrie with a cam, she would always be at a particular safe spot where she can check the cams and see whether if they can, go in for a C4 play, or see whether if she could rotate at the very right moment. But what Valkyrie had no idea is that there was a Nook. And because of her abilities to conceal from those information gathering utilities, he just got caught off guard. He had no idea where Nook was, and he just silently proceeded to take out Hussein. No more of those C4s, but one of those C4 did connect in the end. Man, 2-3, round number 6. And just like you said, Jack, a 3-3 equalizer can happen unless and until Team Phalanx finds a turnaround.
Sorry, I forgot I was muted for a second there. But I do have to agree with you, Baba, that, they very well could. The 3-3 could happen here. Mercenaries are replying with the aggression of Phalanx, with aggression of their own, and it's kind of worked, kind of given them a good overall standing in the map, given that it is a 2-3, not the worst situation to be in. Hell, Villa, sometimes you could say that even if it is a, say, 4-2 defense first half, they can't exactly, say too badly about it, think too badly about that position, because they can still win it. But wait a minute, MI7 pre-firing away through the window, finds one. That's the C4 player, guy with audacity off the board early, and that's not good. Those C4 kills are paramount to the way that Phalanx plays. You do still have Hussein, and you do still have Hercules, but guy with audacity was doing some good stuff with the C4 from down below. However, no longer, and that is going to be a bit of a point of contention. Hasib is on the first floor as well, so it looks like they are really hunting that C4 player, really bringing it in right about now. Hussein goes down, Taha gets the second, and now it's a 5v3. It's all down to Sherry, Hercules, and Devastating, these final 3 to hold the line against these 5 very angry and hostile MRCZ players.
Oh boy. Round number 6, 140 seconds left for Team Phalanx to hold their ground. They have one C4, which Hercules will toss out in the end. See if he can find a kill or 2, but it's too late. Hasib already pushed in towards the Astro side, not only to get picked out with the hands of Devastating, but not to worry, you still have those 3 important plays. Oh boy, 10 HP from a cooked nade, and somehow Devastating still survives and ducks out at the right time. Trophy room, smoke gas canisters to deny any push being made from the attacker's end. It's still, where is the protection from Sherry? No, he is nowhere to be seen. He's
Oh,
on
boy.
trophy, but it's too late. MI7 comes back and takes out Sherry as well. Round number 6, 3-3 equalizer. And in second half, it's Team Phalanx's turn to be on attack. All hopes are on this team to come back, put this map on decider, and hopefully get a spot on towards the playoffs. But this is MRCZ we're talking about, so the competition will be fierce, it will be tough, and MRCZ will show no mercy, that is for sure. Round number 7, second floor AVG, and AVG room will be the site. 3-3 is the scoreline.
Round 7, second floor, Aviator Games Room with the MRCZ defense. We've been hyping this one up for so long, it feels like it's finally here. But I have to commend Mercenaries where, credit is due. They played fire with fire, they played aggression with aggression, and they've actually built up a bit of momentum going into the defense because they won the last 2 rounds in a row. It was a 3-1, now it's a 3-3. Phalanx find themselves without a lead and without momentum going into the 7th round, into the second half. Now they're going to have to try and stop Mercenaries in their tracks before things get out of hand. And look at that attacker lineup that they have right there. You've got the Zofia and Finka, LMGs. You've got the Lion to stop defenders from moving. You've got the utility capture and destruction that is IQ, and you have the breach from Hercules. So good overall loadout in terms of operators. Here's the thing though, Mercenaries are not afraid. Sure, the LMG meta has definitely given them a bit of a run for their money every now and again. They've shown us that, yeah, LMG meta, it's fine. We can deal with it. And they will definitely like to do exactly that going into this round. So, Phalanx, they've got a big ask ahead of them. Can they put themselves back in the lead, make it a 4-3, or is it going to be MRCZ? We'll have to wait and find out, folks, as MI7 now on the main stairs, trying to take care of all of those angles where pre-fires can come from. Something that Phalanx has been doing a lot, pre-fire, which is, of course, something you get, a lot of in terms of advice that, you have an angle that you aren't really confident on pre-fire, but wait a minute, it's a rush into sight. Everybody's in here already. C4's out, does not work, and the plant is happening. Kills go off left, right, and center. Fatar trying to find someone, but it's an LMG stopping him from getting in there. Taha trying to get in. Downs Hercules. That's 1. 2 versus 2 in a post-plant situation, but they have both LMGs to deal with. This is big right now. Going into the site, can't quite see where these attackers are. Here comes the first attempt at the counter defuse, and it's going to be covered right now, but no, the LMG wins out and finds both by Hercules and Sherry. Still winning out the round, chaotic as it was. Just couldn't get the kill on the Zofia right there. That was so needed. But the Valkyries MPX, not the most high damaging SMG out there, and thus the round is lost. 4-3, Phalanx do, in fact, put themselves in the lead.
Man, this is a necessary one for Team Phalanx to come back. Round number 7, an immediate rush towards the site. And boy, oh boy, did Phalanx does it really well. 2 LMGs that MRCZ had to take care of, and unfortunately, they could not. And round number 8 being the side on Trophy and Statuary Room, the side where MRCZ always make their changes of side whenever if it works out or does not. And round number 8, Team Phalanx, they are not giving up just yet. They know what it means to be having the spot at the playoffs. They have a chance and they're not going to give up that easily. The same thing can be said to MRCZ too. They've already have secured their second spot. So making sure that they are qualified for the playoffs also means so much more to them. But unfortunately, in this qualifiers, there's only one spot, only one can proceed into the playoffs. Will it be MRCZ or will it be Phalanx? Only time will tell in round number 8. And here comes an interesting change of pace from the attacker's side, especially Sherry, bringing in the Nook this time. So for a player of Valkyrie main, such as Fatar, needs to be careful on how you would take care of Nook, because Nook has always been a menace to Valkyrie mains out there, because the amount of counters that you can go through is very devastating for the defensive side. And for Team Phalanx, that's exactly what they need in order to succeed and hold their ground as best as possible. So this point, there is not a lot of changes being made. Like on round number 7, it wasn't an increased rush, but an first frag will come in though, and it will be at the hands of MRCZ. MI7 first pick, second pick comes back from Sherry as Fatar goes out. 4-4 equalizer as the trade game is going strong at the hands of the attackers.
But two very important kills nonetheless. That's your Valkyrie off the board. So a very good clutch player, that Fatar, gone. And on the other side, it is Hussein, the Finka, gone as well. Also one of the frontline players for the side of Phalanx. So overall, good kills for both sides as they are looking to get the one-up on each other. And this is a match that definitely feels like it could go OT here on map number 2, folks. Hopefully you've got some seatbelts on your seats at home because this is going to be a bumpy ride. However, first off, the breach has been held on for the minute because of course, the mute jammers that are in play. You have that is Taha, right? No, that's Ayan down below, excuse me. But that is a mercy with the deployable cam. The C4 player was supposed to be Fatar, I feel like. And that C4 is no longer in play. So all things considered, bit of a downer. Oh, the Nook trying to be sneaky, gets taken down. And more operators are seen. Ayan, low on HP, still contesting. This is big right now, mind you. The Nook can't make any more of those rat plays. They used to have cameras giving away positions in Mudroom, giving Ayan the intel that, hey, they're rotating out of there, going towards living room. You might want to be careful. And that is exactly what that Malusi is doing. Drone spotted, but can't quite be taken out. The drones overall from Phalanx have been pretty good. There's 4 active drones right about now. 2 definitely being moved around by the attackers to try and find any position that they can go in from. And in the meanwhile, another 2 in positions of advantage, of power, to try and find where these defenders are. And there's going to be devastating find one. That's MI7 on the floor. The Twitch advancing towards the site. 18 seconds. The jump in is seen in the Fox window. But no, Hasib can't quite get it. Ayan comes into cover. Devastating goes down. There goes guy with audacity. And there's the final kill as well. Taha coming in to clean up the rest. That was close. Quite close indeed. But that Fox entry, definitely, there were a couple of attackers there that unfortunately couldn't get the shots in when they needed to. 4-4. Going into round number 9 as a disconnection comes in from Ayan. The pause should be called. And there we go. Pause has happened. A disconnection, which means we have a little bit of time to talk about what exactly went about in the last couple of rounds. So, Baba, round number 8. Chaos ensues.
Oh boy. Chaos, chaos. What more can I say about round number 8? It was just constant trade games. First, we saw Hussein getting picked out. Next thing you know, Taha goes out. The trade games, when it comes to winning most of those gunfights, Team Phalanx have got it under control. But when it comes to a plays like the Melusi, just like we saw in that previous round, taking out the Nook was so very efficient because they had the information. They know exactly what kind of execute that Team Phalanx was supposed to be going through, and they did held it out really well. I mean, Vamai was there as well. Vamai, when he knew exactly what kind of execution would arrive from their end. Devastating was still there from the second floor master bedroom. He was finding whether if he could get a pick or two, but turns out Vamai right in towards the astronomy room takes out both of the players while supporting his teammate at the same time to ensure victory would be ensued. 4-4. Round number 9. Site will be on second floor AVG, but we're just waiting for the player on the side of MRCZ, aka Hasib, to arrive. And when that comes by, we will proceed to round number 9 itself. So at this point, it's really difficult to predict on who's about to win. And I gotta say, MRCZ, they've already won map number 1, so there is high likely a chance that map number 2 can be theirs. But this is Team Phalanx's map. You saw how dangerous they were in round number 1 itself. It was just Hussein and Sherry. Both of them were the only players alive, even with a huge damage being dealt around at the early peak itself. And somehow, they managed to come back. But that was the only round we saw Team Phalanx fling back, and that was in the defensive round itself. Rest of the round, it was just flawless executions being made from MRCZ, especially when they're on attack. But on defense, there is a bit of a problem for the defensive side itself, especially the way how the early picks being made either from Guy with Audacity or Hercules, even more so Hussein. So
Defenders, protect
at
your
this
bombs
point,
from
it
being
always comes
defused
down
by
to who
attackers.
gets the early peak, and then after in the mid round, we need to see whether if who can hold out their man-con advantage and ensure that none of them would enter into us the side.
Yep. A pretty, overall good breakdown of what has been happening in this match. And I gotta say, all things considered, I agree with you there on most of, if not all, of what you said. So, with all that being taken care of and all of that out of the way, we're gonna be moving into round number 9 now, folks. And
10 seconds to
Mercenaries have brought us back to the second floor Aviator Games Room. No dining kitchen.
5
Interesting.
seconds remaining.
So they feel confident in their Aviator take. And I mean, why wouldn't you, right? Phalanx, what they did was pretty much a surprise rush. Something that they would be very hesitant to repeat a second time. So they're just going to wait, they're just going to do what they do and play a more standard round of Siege, most likely in this round. And seems to be the case. A horizontal take with Guy with Audacity running, okay, that's interesting, running the G36 on the Iana. Most people prefer to run the ARX, but hey, a couple of outliers out there love the G36. Yeah, I'm one of those people actually. G36 on Ash, something that I've been talking about since I started playing, or at least the first day I picked up Ash, which was like a week after I started playing. But hey, it is what it is. Ooh, wait, Fatar, you got an LMG right here. Sees the Finka, but the Finka doesn't see them. That's gonna be a big one. Hussein on the board, on the floor, excuse me. That's a line of sight open, and another kill. Maybe another, yes it is. Fatar with the triple, out here in statuary. Ayan follows up with Sherry on the floor, and Guy with Audacity as the last one standing. No clue what just happened. Phalanx destroyed by that one Valkyrie. And Guy with Audacity, well, looks like they're more than happy to just observe the floor patterns all the way back at the fountain spawn. I mean, not much they can do about this. Unless they want to go and actively consider taking on the 1v5. I mean, they could. It was a 1 minute and 34 seconds on the clock. And hey, production has just informed us that they were not, in fact, aware that there was a helicopter at spawn. What do you know? You don't really get to see that, when you spawn and you're facing the fountain. Yeah. You go in, like, thank you, production. They showing us exactly how you spawn. You kind of go in, you just don't really look behind you. But yeah, there you go. There's a actual helicopter that's actually got rotating blades. I'm not really sure why they're rotating in perpetual motion like that, but that's gonna be for the physicists in the chat to solve, or the game devs in the chat. Oh, hey, look at that. Wait, this one I actually did not know about. There's two, Baba.
I'm
Yo.
guessing there's a third one into as a ruin site too. 'cause
There's
it can
gotta be a
happen.
third
So
one.
there
Yeah,
might
yeah,
be
yeah,
like
yeah.
a third helicopter around here somewhere. Or maybe
Maybe.
it's just the Operation Chimera, the Easter egg, which happens like the well.
I don't know if I would call it a chimera Easter egg, but hey, as okay. Not
No,
exactly sure what happened there to Fatar. Guy with that Audacity is taking a ton of damage in the meanwhile. Oh, they've actually gotten another one as well. Hasib down. Oh, that's why. Everybody's out to partay out here right now. They're just trying to find this one Iana. There's the jump down into Art Studio, and the kill is not taken. Wait a minute. This is not exactly the best situation to be in. Never mind. There's somebody in the hallway. That's Aeon. Finally, putting a cap on the round, making sure that, hey, okay, let's not throw too badly right now. Let's not give the round away to them. We're going to finish it off, and we're going to go into round number 10. 5-4, Mercenaries 1 round away from match point.
Yep, one round away from match point. And talk about the map like Villa. Villa map has tons of Easter eggs. You have the Tachanka statue figurine right from the memorial room. You have an Easter egg from Assassin's Creed, especially when you spawn in towards the fountain side. You have the Villa Auditore symbol. So it kind of has the it kind of gives you that Assassin's
love
Creed
how-
vibe into it.
I love how production is just having a field day today with all the Easter eggs. You can see the cam panning back to the fountain once again.
There
I don't
you
know if
go.
you'll be able to see it. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. So
Yeah.
apparently production, aka Assassin 47, didn't quite actually know that these Easter eggs existed in the map. So hey, a nice little Easter egg hunt. We're not machinima up in here, but we like to pretend like we know what we're doing sometimes.
Yep.
So yeah,
And also, yeah, there's one more Easter egg. I mean, way from outside, like out of bounds, you would see a particular assassin performing a leap of faith.
yes. The
There's
silhouette of
actually
the
an Easter
assassin
egg,
in a
yeah.
distant tower. Yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
I don't think we get to see it in the observer's perspective. We might be able to see it in a
It's too top
first-person
down. It's too
perspective.
top down. Yeah. Like
Exactly.
if an attacker were to look at it, you'd be able to see it. You can actually only see it in that area, where the fountain spawn is. It's most visible from there or from the roof. But enough about Easter eggs. Let's get back into the match. Hussein with the Amaru. Okay. Let's see
Okay.
what's up here. The site, of course, will be first floor kitchen and dining. No surprises there because I mean they've won both top floor sites already, so why not make it a full party and go into kitchen, a full victory lap around the map? That is what they want. But the question is, are they going to be able to do that? Well, Ta's going to deny one, and that's Sherry. There's Hercules. Oh boy, the aggression is in here right about now. Hussein's position given away on 90 thanks to that little pre-fire. And in the meanwhile, MI7's going to find one more. Shots fired and goes down. Finally, a defender body on the floor. Hussein taking that kill. Devastating is only just now getting out of spawn. Big plays from Mercenaries right now, as the team Phalanx has pretty much been taken to the clears. And MRCZ are looking to finish this match, playing aggro for aggro. C4 out, Taha will not find a kill off of that. Hussein still running around the place, trying to find one more, will do so. MI7 on the ground. Taha's coming in, trying to find a kill. We hear the deagle from the Valkyrie elsewhere. Fathar probably opening up a line of sight. Wait, here's Hussein on the prowl, coming into Aviator. There's a bit of noise being made right here, and the Mozzie will find him. It's all down to Devastating now. The last one standing gets a ping directly above and on the first floor as well, as it looks like MRCZ are on the hunt. Taha will win that. Devastating on the floor, and that is MRCZ going up on round 10, which means they are 6-4 match point.
Match point is in for MRCZ, and Team Phalanx's aggressive efforts has unfortunately came to a full halt. But there is still a chance. They could come back by winning 2 attack rounds, but it is a very difficult thing to predict whether if it can happen or not. Phalanx, they need to get back. They need to get their, they need to get back on track, or else they would lose this. They would lose this opportunity to head in towards the playoffs. And MRCZ, they are looking very strong as ever. I mean, round number 8 and 10, my goodness. Fathar already with a triple kill, all by himself, holding out the astronomy. Man, that is a lot to say at this point. And Team Phalanx, they just need to get back. They need to find another way. Ayan, on the other hand, will bring in the Gentleman Warden, the ability that can see through smokes and is immune to flashbangs. Apparently, the only operator that has smokes or flashbangs would either be Flores. So, other than Flores, I could say that Warden, Ayan picking up Warden might put himself at risk if he chooses to use the ability, because Hussein is bringing in the IQ. So all Hussein can do is just whip out his ability and see exactly where the glasses are and just shoot at it. It kind of works similarly to a Pulse cardiac sensors. So both of them, it is a utility after all, but both of them has its own fair share of different uses. Like Pulse gives information, whereas Warden gives you stability and immunity towards flashbangs and smokes. But enough about now. It's MRCZ on match point, 6-4. Round number 11, Trophy and Statuary Room will be the site for Team Phalanx to attack. And here comes Guy with the audacity once again to use the explosive drone to open up lines of sight, or just take out the utilities. Easier said than so. Deployable shields will be their main focus, their main targets, because having a deployable shield in towards the astronomy room is a very strong target, and Taha is just patiently waiting for either of these attackers to show and hopefully open up the windows side of master bedroom so that he can get a quick pick or two. Asib on the other hand gets dealt a lot of damage, so it's best for him to just wait. And that waiting shall give the attackers the exact weakness that they need to exploit it, unless and until Mercenaries has a backup plan to do so.
Oh, it's Mercenaries. You can bet that they have a backup plan right about now. They've got a C4 player down below. That is Taha. So that C4 will come in handy. They've got another player inside of the bedroom. That seems like it's going to be the Valkyrie. A pretty slow take compared to the last time they came to this region, as you have a Selma, but all it's doing is breaking open a little bit more of a wall elsewhere. But MI7's down. That's your Jaeger off the board. Unfortunate right there. There's one for Ayan, and that is the Warden. Coming in hot. Gets one, C4's out. Doesn't find one, though, unfortunately for Taha. But still, it's a trade, a 4v4 situation. Gabatadasti is still alive. The Finger Boost is still doing its work. And mind you, all of this is for Trophy Statuary. Where was that even for Thar? Kind of just came out of nowhere. So gets taken clean off, though. Taha goes in, finds one in the bathroom. Ayan finds one as well. In the meanwhile, it's now a 3v2. Make that a 3v1. And saved by the bell. Hasib killing the final player before the grenade could go off and take the Mozzie down. Man, what a round. Once again, chaos all over. And the Mercenaries are going to win a clean Villa. All things considered, well, I can't really say clean. It is a Villa match that was a little all over the place for both teams. I won't lie. Mercenaries in the first half looked a little bit shaky, a little bit out of it, but then they brought themselves back thanks to reading into the advanced aggression that Phalanx were displaying, and that of course allowed for Mercenaries to bring this match on their board. So they're going to take a 2-0, 7-3, and 7-4 for themselves, folks, winning out qualifier number 4 and getting themselves placed into the top 8, joining the other teams, joining the likes of Hunters LFO, Hunters LFO and Co, that is, coming in at the 4th spot. So now, that's qualifier number 1, which means qualifier number 2 is going to be up soon, later this week, actually. So I hope you're excited for more Siege action. The qualifiers, the registrations, for those qualifiers are now up. So head over to the socials of the Esports Club and of R6 Esports SA. I forget the handle every now and again. It takes a second. It's a mouthful, But head over to those handles and find, those links. Those will be important. The registration for Pro Series Qualifiers 2. Let's talk about that and the match that just happened in the match highlights as we go into them. And Villa, I will say, a little bit more close, a lot more close, actually, all things considered. But unfortunately for Phalanx, not quite close enough.
Yeah, it wasn't. Especially on the first half, even with Taha, who just made a tremendous start. 3 kills already, but suddenly we saw Hussein and Sherry come back. And for a moment, we thought, maybe Phalanx are giving the best competition there is. First half, they did succeed round number 1, 2, and 4. But the rest was just MRCZ adapting to the situation on the way how Phalanx perceives, and they succeeded in doing so. There's a lot of plays that I have to talk about, especially round number 1, where they did an absolute. They did an amazing job in holding out that particular angle, though. I'm not gonna lie. Both Hussein and Sherry held out the aggressive plays that Mercenaries was delivering them onto, and they succeeded in doing so. But not a lot of. How can I say this? In the second half, where Team Phalanx get to succeed a lot of attack rounds. Sure, they did win round number 7, Aviator and Games Room, by a very heavy rush being made from Study Room. Actually, not from Study Room, it should be from the main stairs. They went on a very heavy push that Mercenaries had no idea that rush did happen. And here's that play from Fatar on round number 9. Man, all by himself, he gets 3 kills, taking out both the Finca, the one who's repelling, and also Hercules, who was still holding out that important angle. Actually, it was devastating, though. 3 kills, man. Fatar surely knows how to end a match. And I gotta say, MRCZ, they are looking very different, Jack. They are looking very different. And I seriously can't wait on. Cannot wait on how things will work out between Hunters LFO and Mercenaries, because that matchup, or should I say that rematch, which might happen on the summer series, will be a lot to take in. But let's not forget about the other 2 teams. Team Won't Stop Peaking and Retrogade. Retrograde is still managing to see whether if they can get some more SA national qualifier points, because they are currently in 4th position, And talk about Kira Esports, who just lost their chance to get into the playoffs, might have to try their luck in the second qualifiers. So, all in all, I gotta say, Phalanx, you guys did an amazing job at holding out on Map Villa. Amazing plays being made from Hussein and Sherry. But in the end, it will be Team Mercenaries who will succeed and head off into the playoffs. So, there you have it, folks. All 4 matches done and dusted, and we have our teams. And talk about the match summary itself. Taha with 100% cost. Okay, 19 kills.
Talk about
3 early
effective.
picks. Yeah, talk about being effective. And let's not forget about Fatar too. He had 6 kills total, but Ayan will be the one who has a spot on 10 plays. Sherry and Hussein, these 2 players were the one who was dealing a hefty damage to MRCZ. 13 kills, 10 kills, 64% cost. And the early pick was always the hands of Devastating, who was delivering a very huge blow. But all in all,
I mean,
MRCZ, yeah.
I mean, you want to talk about early picks? Look at Taha once again. 19-5, 100% cost, 3-0. So they
Yep.
took 3 kills in that first round. Okay, so that's probably where all the first bloods come from.
Oh,
But
yeah.
even then, they did not die first at all. Taha stayed alive the entire time. Did not die until later in the round. Good stuff, I would say. And all things considered, the overall performance from Mercenaries as a whole, really, really good. MI7 had a bit of a quiet map on Villa, but I mean, hey, you know, when you have Taha Ayan going ham like this, Hasib and Fatar following up whenever they can, MI7 could just, you know, kick back and chill, support, you know, play the full support role as it were. Still got a couple of kills of their own and still went 2-2 in their first bloods. So not all that bad, all things considered. And mind you, folks, also on the rating right at the end, their EPS, this is Taha's first 2 score on the EPS rating. Pretty good stuff. In the Pro Series, mind you. I got to add that at the end there. Pretty good stuff from Taha. Really, really well done. Fantastic performance right there from Mercenaries, from Taha as a, you know, Taha and Mercenaries as a whole. And there you go, the results on your screen. 7-3 and 7-4, Villa and Skyscraper both go to Mercenaries. We will not, in fact, be going to ye olde favorite Clubhouse. And for once in a South Asia match, Clubhouse actually has not been in play. Would you believe it? But regardless of all the jokes and whatnot, I am quite happy I got to see this match. I got to cast this match as well. Really well played by MRCZ. Phalanx tried, but unfortunately, there was a lot that was left to be desired. So who knows, in Qualifier 2, they might do better. Speaking of Qualifier 2, folks, we'll be back on a Saturday, roughly about the same time for a stream. So keep your notifications open. Follow us on the social medias, Twitter, you know, Instagram, all that stuff, at the Esports Club and at R6 Esports SA for all the latest news about the Pro Series, the Esports Club Pro Series Summer Edition, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner logo for Rainbow-Six-Siege. I've been your host, Blackjack. Joining me has been Baba Gusta and earlier the real CCV. And we're going to be taking off for the night. We'll be back on Saturday. Until then, stay tuned and good night.